Okay, good evening, everybody. Sorry, I'm just getting to the right page. Woo. All right. I will call to order the April 4th, 2024 Board of Education meeting. We'll start with our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Chumash, Tongva, Fernandinho, Tatavaim, and First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living. Oh, who do I want to? Oh, Mr. Sarna, would you, feel free to say no, would you lead us in the pledge?
Well, first time? Sure.
Please join us. Thank you so much.
Wow,
Please rise if you are able.
All right. Just like in school. All right, everybody, put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Quiterio, will you please take the roll at this time?
Member Ferguson. Member Ferguson is absent today. Member Tabbitt.
Present.
Clerk Pontra Kamkar.
Present.
Vice President Nagakanian.
Present.
President Weisberg.
Present. Reporting on closed session, we had one item. Hold on a second. Which, do I have to read out the vote? Which passed 4-0 with one abstention, with Board Member Ferguson not in attendance. Okay. Let's see. Item 6, adjustments to the agenda. I have one, which is, can we add the reports from the board section under section 14 before we get to the consent agenda? Everyone okay with that? Any other?
Under superintendent comments, I'd like to invite Oscar to come to the podium.
Great. Anybody else? Yeah. Okay. Item 7, items for future agendas. Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
Thank you, President Weisberg. I mentioned this to Dr. Paramo, but I'd like to have a report on potential cell phone policy, especially at the elementary and middle school level. Thank you.
Seconded, and thirded by me. Excellent. Anybody else? Dr. Agahanian.
Yes, I would like to have us looking into creating the committee for the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation to be added.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okie dokie. Thank you. We will move on to the oath of office. So we are very lucky to finally have our fabulous Monterey High School rep with us. So we are going to administer the oath of office for Ms. Alvarez. Do I have it? Hold on one second. I definitely do. I just need to find it. This is called dramatic tension. Thank you. Sorry, there's so many Oh, found it. All right. So, Ms. Alvarez, would you prefer to do it there? Do you want to stand and then we can take some pictures? Up to you, your comfort level. Let's do it. Okay. We also worked on a duet. Singing. All right. So repeat after me. Raise your right hand. I, Daniela Alvarez,
I, Daniela Alvarez,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and
defend
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties which I am about to enter.
Yay! This is awesome. So we're gonna take a picture. This is very exciting. Oh yeah, board. What do I do?
Thank you so much.
I'm so happy to have you.
Trust me, it's my favorite.
Congratulations. It's like the best day. There's students everywhere celebrating awesomeness.
Promise.
Good? Let's get into it. Yay. Oh, wait.
Daniela was my TA.
Oh, that's so wonderful. Thank you. So my love, I'm gonna hand this to you for you to sign, and then Miss Cindy Q will take it from there. Perfect. Thank you so much. Yay. Definitely should have told my. Okay. Very exciting. Before we move on, I just want to welcome Ms. Alvarez as our newest board rep. Monterey is such an amazing place to be and to learn, and I know we all look forward to updates from all three of our phenomenal high schools, and it feels like we're finally complete as a board to have her here with us. Does anyone else on the board want to say anything before we scooch ahead?
Go ahead.
Not to steal Dr. Agakanian's phrasing, but he always has said, welcome to the family. You know, and being a member of the Board of Education, whether it's a student board member or as a regular member elected by the public, you are entering into a class of individuals called to serve the people and the students of this district. And that is a distinction that you'll carry for your lifetime. So make the most of it, because that opportunity is there for you. But really, welcome. We're excited to have you and to have all three seated. So thank you. Absolutely.
Tucker.
Thank you. And thank you, Board Member Ferguson. You are family. I just want to let you know, if you ever need anything, we're here as a family. You can always call us, text us, email us. So congratulations. I'm looking forward to working with you.
Ms. Tabbitt.
Well, I guess I better continue. Welcome to the family. It's such a joy to have student board members and to be able to hear what's going on at your school, Monterey. Keeps us all in touch, and we appreciate the time you take away from your personal time to come out and share with us and the community about the things that are happening at your school, because they're important. And so it's great to hear that stuff. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we have a fantastic amount of presentations today. It's rare that we have so many people here to share about the amazing accomplishments of our students and our programs. And before we begin, I just wanted to take a second to wish everyone a happy School Librarian Day. Our librarians help make our... Simply put, our schools would not be our schools without them. And so we're deeply appreciative, and we'll try to do a better and better job of letting you know that. So I am going to introduce Dr. Macias for recognition of the fabulous Burbank High School student, and Counselor Jacob Flores from Burbank High School.
Good evening, Board President Weisberg, Board of Education members, Dr. Palmer, Superintendent, district staff, and the Burbank Unified School District community. I would like to welcome our Burbank High School counselor, Mr. Jacob Flores, up to the podium with me to share a recent accomplishment of one of our Burbank High students. Mr. Flores.
All right, hold on. Let me adjust this for the camera because we're kind of doing a double whammy of both honoring and trying to also raise funds. So it may not fit. Looks like it's not going to fit. But anyways, thank you, President Weisberg, for getting everything on YouTube because it makes things so much more accessible. So what we're going to try to do is get closer to the mic. What we're going to try to do is try to have it in the somewhere on there. We'll do it during public comment, but we do want to recognize one of our 10th grade students, Renu Dilmedi, because she had a lot of accomplishments in mock trial from first semester and this semester. So, okay, let me get closer to the mic. Sorry about that. All right, so thank you so much, Dr. Macias. Good evening, President Weisberg, members of the board, Superintendent Paramo, and district staff. My name is Jacob Flores. I'm one of the 6 counselors over at Burbank High School, and I'm also the mock trial advisor for BHS. I'm speaking to you tonight twice, once for public comment and once for recognizing one of our 10th grade students, Renu Dilmedi, and her accomplishments in mock trial. When I speak during public comment, a couple mock trial students are going to try and spread awareness about mock trial to the general Burbank community in the hopes that we can raise funds for future mock trial years. But for this recognition section, I'll be focused on Renu and her accomplishments, and shortly, our mock trial lawyer coach, David Diamond, and I will be presenting 2 awards for her mock trial work this year. So for those of you who may not know what mock trial is a competitive extracurricular activity where high school students simulate a trial proceeding, taking on roles such as lawyers, witnesses, and experts. A lot of people may confuse mock trial with speech and debate, which focuses on public speaking and argumentation skills, while mock trial emphasizes legal knowledge, critical thinking, teamwork, and the application of courtroom procedures. As advisor, the critical role I play is making sure our students have the space to practice for competition. Since our Los Angeles mock trial competition, which is hosted by Teach Democracy, formerly the Constitutional Rights Foundation, that takes place in November during first semester. So our mock trial students are already meeting twice a week, the first week that we get back from summertime in late July. I also coordinate the buses for competition dates, as well as scrimmages against other schools to help our students prepare for competition. Students typically meet 2 times a week for 2 hours after school in either the cafeteria or one of our computer labs, and work closely as a group, as well as with their attorney coach, David Diamond, to analyze an extensive case, which is often close to 100 pages, and need to be prepared to take on either a prosecution or defense role. In the competition, every student is scored individually, and the team's overall score determines whether they move on to the next round. Round 1 is on the first day, round 2 is on the second day, and depending on scores, playoffs may take place. Afterwards are the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the finals. Renu joined mock trial in 9th grade, initially as an expert witness, and this year, Renu was prosecution pre-trial attorney. This past year was the first time mock trial returned in person since the pandemic took place in 2020, and 25 of our BHS students argued in real-life courtrooms at the Stanley Moss Courthouse in downtown LA, oftentimes in front of real judges, and were given extensive feedback on each team and students' legal maneuvering, making sure students abide by the rigid guidelines established by the mock trial competition. This past semester, our students advanced to the playoffs sudden death round. And while BHS didn't advance past the sudden death round, Renu was honored with the Alan I. Rothenberg Award, which recognizes outstanding prosecution pre-trial attorneys, and that'll be one of the awards that we're presenting to Renu. Now, for second semester, Renu, along with another 10th grader, Annalena Luca, also decided to participate in a separate competition for mock trial students called Moot Court. Unlike the Los Angeles competition, Moot Court is not a school-related extracurricular activity with all mock trial members participating. Instead, students who would like to participate in Moot Court do so independently in pairs of 2. Moot Court focuses on appellate advocacy, simulating the appellate court process rather than a trial. They analyze legal issues, research case law, and present arguments before a panel of judges. Compared to traditional mock trial competitions, Moot Court places greater emphasis on legal research, writing, and oral advocacy skills, as students argue points of law rather than fact. While mock trial typically involves simulating a trial with witnesses and evidence, moot court involves arguing legal principles based on fictional case record or a hypothetical scenario. Participating in the moot court provides students with an opportunity to delve deeper into the intricacies of the law, develop critical thinking skills, and enhance their ability to construct persuasive legal arguments. Of the 26 teams that participated in the moot court competition at UC Santa Barbara, Rainu and Annalene, who were the only team who were kind of practicing by themselves. I'm not a legal expert, and so they had, a bunch of other schools had really, veteran just coaches who were there to kind of help them through the process, and they were doing it all by themselves. And so, Rainu and Annalene reached the final round, scoring second place out of those 26 teams. And they secured a spot at Nationals, which is going to be taking place later this month. And Rainu also received an Orator Award for her moot court performance, and that'll be the second award that we're presenting to Rainu. And I also want to give a quick shout out to our mock trial president for next year, Rubina, and I'm going to mess this up, I'm sorry about that, Manata Kanyan, and Rose Ilangetsian, who are both 11th graders, and they are participating in the New Haven regional competition tomorrow and Saturday. They'll be at Yale University campus with their parents in New Haven, Connecticut. Best of luck to them, and we are so proud of them. And I'd also like to acknowledge both of Rainu's parents, Suresh and Sajanya, who are in the audience today. And I was so happy that Sajanya was at the Santa Barbara campus when Rainu and Annalene advanced over to the finals. I'm one of the 2 NAF Academy counselors at Burbank High, and Rainu is currently in the NAF Medical Academy, so I'm her school counselor as well. Rainu is so academically bright, and she's taken on so many academic and extracurricular responsibilities, and I believe she's going to a Skills USA event right after we finish here, so I know we got to get you out. But while Rainu started on the Medical Academy pathway, her experience with mock trial has made her consider a more legal-centered future. So while she will not be in the Medical Academy next year and will fall under a different counselor caseload, it makes me so happy to see a student in their element find their spark with their passions and their talents. And I really have no doubt that Rainu is going to be able to accomplish anything that she sets her mind to. So before we present Rainu with her LA competition plaque and Moot Court Orator Award and poster pictures with everyone, I'd like to ask David Diamond, our mock trial lawyer coach, to speak on mock trial and Rainu, and then he will present the awards to her.
Good evening, everybody. Well, Mr. Flores said most everything. I do want to thank him for his time and efforts. I'm not credentialed. I'm not allowed to be in a classroom without an advisor around. So none of this would be possible without having Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores was also the advisor for my children, one currently in school and one now a freshman in college. They both went through the NAF program. So thank you, Mr. Flores, for not just for my kids, but for all the kids that go through the program and help out very much. So thank you. So our program, although Mr. Flores touched on it, we are the mock trial program. We are the only high school in the district that has a mock trial program. Only Burbank High has one right now. That's not saying we wouldn't welcome other schools to get one. We just happen to have the program. We've kind of merged into a criminal justice program as well, because I treat the kids like it's law school. I have expectations like it's law school, and I teach it as if it was law school. We learn about criminal justice. We learn about the court systems, the federal judges, state system, and everything of that nature. And every year we get a fictitious problem that we litigate. Last year we had a murder trial, which was exciting for the kids. It was only fictitious. Nobody got hurt during the making of the problem. I can assure you of that. But we meet twice a week. It's after school. A lot of schools we go up against have it as a class. So I sent everybody an email earlier this week. You may or may not have gotten it yet, But the next step that I would like to do, now that we have all the powers that be, is to perhaps merge that into what would be a period 7 or something like that, or 8 or whatever. Some other schools do that, where it's a class, but it's not during the school day. It's something that they continue to do after hours. So we meet twice a week for several hours, but that's not the only time the kids put into it. I would say they're putting 8 to 10 more hours a week, because they have to learn the law. They have to learn their examinations of witnesses, closing statements. But the thing that's amazing is most of them have so many other activities they're doing, as well as mock trial, as well as this program. The other thing we're working on, and again, you're probably going to hear from me more than you want to, is a lot of schools have a dedicated classroom for their mock trial program. In fact, if we can get the private funding one day, we'd like to build a courtroom into one of the classrooms that looks very similar to what we have in front of us here. We scrimmage other teams, and they have similar things. Most of them are actually public schools and charter schools, but they're always welcoming to us to use their courtroom. So those are ideas that I just want to start to put out there about turning this into a class, and also dedicating some space to mock trial to use as a courtroom, because it's hard to practice being a lawyer in a cafeteria. It's not quite the great setting. We also share the cafeteria with the wrestling team sometimes, so sometimes we're in the computer lab or in the courtyard or wherever it may be, wherever we can find time and space. I've been told by a lot of college counselors that moot court and mock trial is some of the most important things that you can have on your application going towards college. And it's not just for people that want to be lawyers. For anyone that's listening right now, we have people that have no desire to be lawyers. We have people that want to go to the medical field or computer science. But it teaches them the self-confidence, the ability to present themselves, the ability to make an argument and support it by facts, which is something that we need to do on a daily basis, no matter what job we're doing. So that's who we are, and I'm so proud of them, because they all put in a lot of extra time. They meet on the weekends, they meet amongst themselves, they give up their school time. The thing about LA County, because this is a statewide competition and each county holds their own competition, we had 152 schools that competed in LA County last year. We're the biggest one. To compare, Ventura County had 30 high schools. So when you have 152 teams and you have one student that is recognized for being the best in the pretrial arguments, and as Mr. Flores said, the pretrial is the toughest part of it, because you have to learn 15 cases or so and argue those, and there's banter back and forth, and you have to think on your feet. So, and you're only in 10th grade? Okay, and so normally this is a role reserved for juniors and seniors. So Renu has shown such accomplishment at only the 10th grade level, and we're about to present her with the awards and let her have her moment, but it's amazing to see what she and all of her classmates have the ability to do. If any of the board members ever want to come to a practice or even a scrimmage, when we scrimmage other schools, because we scrimmage Harvard Westlake, we beat the pants off of them, we do really well. I don't know if we strike that from the record or not, but so okay, we'll keep that on the record. All right, then, all right. Madam President, with your permission, we'll bold that into the record, okay. So they scrimmage out 6 or 7 teams before they go into competition. And the other thing I want to mention, just to keep it moving, is LA County is very different. It's a fall competition. So the problem comes out for all the schools in the state. We get 6 weeks to learn the problem, to learn law, to learn hearsay, to learn objections, and then compete. Most other counties go in the spring. So they get 3 to 4 to 5 months to prepare and learn. We've got 6 weeks to not only learn everything, but also master the problem, which is something that I don't even think I could do as an attorney. And it's something that's remarkable that they're forced to do just because that's the schedule that LA County is on. So it's a rather remarkable thing. We self-fund. We reach out to the community to help us out. They've been very appreciative. So for members of the community that are here or listening in, we greatly appreciate all the support that we get from law firms, from bagel stores, from sandwich shops, whoever it is. They're very helpful. And perhaps when the idea comes to build the courtroom, if we get a donor that wants to finance it, we can, of course, name the classroom after them. That's always one way to get something done. But with no more further ado, I would like to present 3 awards, which I don't think I've ever seen happen before at this level. The first one, as Mr. Flores mentioned, is the award for the Outstanding Prosecution Attorney. That means each team has about 10 kids, and 152 times 10, I didn't go to school in the district, but I think that's about 152 times 10. So this is number one. This is number one. So for her first award is for the outstanding pretrial attorney. Yeah, come on up. Come on up. For Rainu. She was also named, as Mr. Flores said, a finalist in the Santa Barbara region for the National Association of Moot Court as well. So here you go. And you have extra arms. And also ended up being the sixth place orator, which is the oral argument in the same competition. So congratulations, Raina. That was a fantastic job. Thank you. I welcome the board if they want to come recognize her incredible success.
Maybe can we give a speech really quick and then we'll take pictures?
Oh, that's right. You had something to say. They have to hear your wonderful skill set.
Hello. First off, I'd like to thank the board for recognizing me for the awards I've received, but most importantly, I'd like to thank my advisors, Coach Dave and Mr. Flores, for just being there for all of us and helping us manage the club, and we would not be here without them. And this is their award all the same that it is mine. But with this recognition, I would like to bring attention to the work of the club as a whole. Just like Mr. Flores had mentioned, the Burbank High mock trial team has reached a great milestone in the past year with the help of both of our advisors. In the fall of 2023, our team worked tirelessly to prepare for a murder case. Every Monday and Wednesday from 4 to 6 p.m., we would gather in either the computer lab or the cafeteria, usually waiting for Mr. Flores to tell us which area we could work in maybe 30 minutes before we began. We've never had a room that we could consistently rely on to host our practices at. Not because we've never asked, but because we were never given a room that is free for a simple 2 hours after school for us to practice in. Still, even while trying to share our workspace with multiple other groups, our team has never faltered. During the fall, our team split into a prosecution and defense, each composed of around 9 members in each team. Each role requires specialized training that Coach Dave manages to give us in the span of maybe 2 months. For example, I, who was a witness last year, was able to become a pretrial attorney this year. And in the end, I'm forever grateful for the work of these 2 people who've just pushed us above the rest. This year specifically, Annalene Luca in the audience and I have participated in the Moot Court Regional Competition at UC Santa Barbara, which Mr. Flores did mention. And for this competition, Annalene and I received 2nd place, which was just incredible for both of us. And at that same competition, I received an Orator Award. Tonight, the president of mock trial, Rubina Manatsa-Kanyan, could not make it because she and Rose Ilangesian are competing at Moot Court at Yale. Her competition begins tomorrow, and she is there tonight. This year, our team has accomplished more than it ever thought it could. But I truly believe that we could achieve a lot more with the financial support of the board and the community, the people watching and the people in the audience. Last year, I was the treasurer of the team. This year, I am the vice president. It has become more than clear that we cannot depend on fundraisers where we make $100 or so. We have been financially stable through the donations of generous law firms and individuals by means of us reaching out. But to work in better conditions with better resources and to reach greater heights, a little more funding, just a little bit, would go a long way. So as vice president of the Burbank High School mock trial team, I come with a request. I'd like to ask this board and the attending public to help us accomplish more. I'd like to ask for you to help fund our growing club. Mock trial has proven itself over and over again. We've accomplished more than we ever have with this year's Alan Rothenberg Award, Speaker Award, Moot Court Nationals, and honorable mentions. But also, more importantly, with the guidance of Coach Dave and Mr. Flores, alongside the work of all of our dedicated members from freshmen to seniors, we have a future filled with great potential. But we all really do need your help to reach it. If you can help by donating to us, you can do so by clicking the link, which is on our website, burbankmocktrial.org, or you can scan this QR code, which Mr. Flores printed out, or you can go to this link, and any donation would be really helpful for us. Thank you so much.
Could I ask you a follow-up question? Yes. That might be really helpful. Could you tell us a little bit about, and Mr. Flores and Coach Dave, maybe you can also weigh in, So people want to donate. Awesome. What would that money help you do?
Okay, so the money would help us probably get better buses because
Okay.
like last year it was fully virtual, a fully virtual competition. We've transitioned into an in-person competition, which means we need transportation to competitions as well, but also scrimmages. For scrimmages, we were not able to get transportation where the entire team could go at once. Each person has had to drive individually. Like my dad has driven me, 30 minutes to get to Monroe or something, whereas we could have taken a bus to feel that sort of team spirit. And as Coach Dave was also mentioning, perhaps a classroom where we could actually work, and we would obviously be open to sharing that with anybody else who would need it, but we're just asking for 2 hours after school in a room that we could work in. So just money that could help us obtain better resources because we've done so much, and I really do think that we can do so much more with that money.
Absolutely. It's always helpful for people to know specifics. People
Yeah.
are often more likely to donate that way. So we're all chomping at the bit to say some fabulous things. So I know Dr. Agakanian, you wanted to say something, and then Ms. Tabbitt.
So congratulations, first of all.
And then Mr. Ferg.
Thank you.
So what number are we looking at dollar-wise?
Don't put her on the spot.
No,
I think what you're trying to ask is the same question. What does it cost to run
Yeah,
the
to
program?
run and give us a ballpark.
So, just to transport ourselves from the high school down to the competition last year, because it was 3 different nights of competitions. That in itself was about $1,000 a night, at least. So that's so we're talking just transportation alone to get us to the competition, couple $1,000s at least. Other things, other costs. I mean, simple things that we don't even think about, but I know teachers think about on a daily basis. Xerox copying the problem.
Right.
We get 1 copy of the problem, right? So we have to Xerox copy that. We have building the courtroom. That's our biggest expense right now, and we could probably do it. I know with hoops and we have to use contractors and all that kind of good stuff, but this is something that can be done relatively inexpensive. We talked to Monroe, which has a gorgeous one about a jury room or a jury box and things of that nature. Our goal that we've set to raise for the upcoming school year is 10. That's our magic number right now. Obviously, if we go over the magic number, that makes a lot of people very happy. But that's the number that we're looking for right now to be able to cover, because we're going to have transportation costs again. We're going to have scrimmages, and the kids really pay for all the other stuff out of their pocket, or the coach or the advisor. This is just for food, things like that, and the nights of the competition. Sometimes they go 5 hours in total. So, there are little things that we do try to provide for with them as well.
So that's 10,000 annually, right? Give or take. So the reason I say this is, again, finding people out there is easy, but also a bunch of attorneys that some of us have the privilege of knowing more attorneys than, there are also programs that we can also look into. For example, our sister community colleges, Valley, and they have a program called Pathway to Law. At East LA, we have one, which gets heavily funded by law firms. And I think also maybe Dr. Prama, while we're having conversations with Valley, we should also look into their program, because they would love to have future attorneys be part of their program and fund early on for future attorneys. It's a program that gets a lot of funding from private and other means, and it's a great program for college students who want to become eventually attorneys. So maybe we should look into that as well, because I know there's funding there as we're talking about working with them. Mission College, same way, and Glendale. But if you can at least give us a little bit of more detailed what it is you're looking for, we'll be more than happy to look into it. At least I can tell you personally that we can look into it. Thank you.
I will ask Dr. Macias to reach out to your club advisor and to work with you so that we can secure some funds for you and explore how we can find space for you and potentially look to see whether or not the UC system has already granted permission for this to be a class and receive credit. Then it could officially be on a roster and it could be part of a class. So I don't know that it has been approved, but I've already spoken to Dr. Macias and he's going to be working on it with your school site.
And when you pass the bar, you do pro bono for work for the district. I'm just kidding.
Jumped in to help clarify your question, so I apologize for interrupting you. But yeah, I just wanted to know the amount, basically. What, and, sorry, that $10,000 you're talking about would include creating or is that an addition, Mr. Diamond?
I guess that would depend on the contractor. But that's what some of the other schools, I apologize for sitting, what
It's
some
okay.
of the other schools have told us is
Can you
it
speak
costs
into the
them.
Could you speak into the microphone so people at home can hear?
Absolutely.
Thank
I've
you
been
so
told
much, sir.
Sometimes I don't need one, but
It's all good.
some schools have told us the range of 10,000 to 20,000 is what it costs to build the courtroom setting, because it's the jury box, it's the judge's bench, it's the witness stand, it's counsel table. I mean, it's literally kind of what we're looking at right now, this kind of environment. So low end 10, high end 20. The number of 10 was
Burroughs
basically put in there just
cabinet
as a variety of
They can
things.
build it then.
What you heard the murmurings back here was I had a sort of aha the same views. I wonder about working with our stagecraft class at Burroughs to see if they could perhaps. There's no question that they can build this. So I think we need a space, but I think we have. And the other thing to think about too is this something that I know that the model for teen court is different, but it could also be something that would benefit some of the other programs happening at multiple high schools. So, we could be talking about this being a really positive student-driven process with kids who are really skilled and capable of building really high-quality pieces. So it's just, you're giving us lots of great ideas.
And if I may mention, it will also help enhance the image of Burbank as a district, because rather than us having to go to schools, once we have a classroom, schools can come to us and say, we're going to Burbank's mock trial courtroom, and people will start to recognize who we are.
Thank you so much. First, I want to congratulate you. It is a huge accomplishment. I was the pretrial attorney for defense when I was at Burbank High School, and we were arguing the constitutionality of racing club decals, and there was a racing incident. And yes, I remember the day they revealed the problem, so to speak, and we were all down trying to pick up the copy and then run the copy to it was fantastic. And by the way, we practiced in that same cafeteria. So
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So you're part of a legacy of mock trial, and thank you to Mr. Flores and Mr. Diamond for stepping up. It is a great. I think I learned more about the law. I actually learned I didn't want to be a lawyer doing that. And that's not a bad thing. It is a good thing. I loved the constitutional arguments that you get to make. For you, again, to fully appreciate this is, yes, I think it was said, 15 or so constitutional cases that you need to know the background, you need to know, because these judges can say whatever. They can ask whatever kind of question within the confines. But for the most part, it really is something that you have to be extremely prepared for. I remember my packet being always like frayed and just like, oh God, I got to get another one and highlight it all over again. So really just the amount of work that it takes to get there is just ridiculous and amazing and all about you. So I will say, this is a very concentrated competition, I think Mr. Diamond said it, at the LA County level. It is a harder competition here than it is elsewhere, but the formerly the Constitutional Rights Foundation, they do a really good job also of investing in the schools that participate in different ways. I remember I was sent to interview Ruth Bader Ginsburg when I was a mock trial student. So there are endless opportunities for students in this program, and it's really tough because we have a million different clubs and activities that we want to make sure are funded, but it's really important that we give you the spotlight tonight and to say, hey, and make your case, and we can find out the logistics of things, but this is a community that I know will step up, and if not, then come back and we'll start doing it ourselves.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Yeah, and we can reach out to you soon if you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
And
Absolutely.
we can just get in touch about the details with Mr. Flores and Coach Dave.
Mm-hmm.
So quick question, are you also, so for people who are listening out there, are you also looking for attorneys to come and talk to you or not? Have you something that you've
I would
looked
say
at?
let's talk offline about
Yeah, we'll
different
talk offline,
opportunities. Clerk Ponser Kamkar.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's an amazing accomplishment, especially for a 10th grader. Similar to Board Member Ferguson. I didn't spend time doing mock trial, did debate, sorry. But I have very fond memories of, summers spent in libraries and weekends spent on buses and in other schools' classrooms arguing, and my parents were very perplexed by it, of why I chose to do that with my time. But the research skills you're learning, the teamwork that you're learning is really going to serve you whether or not you decide to pursue a legal career, but it sounds like you're certainly well set up for that. So. Congratulations on an amazing season. Thank you to Mr. Flores and Mr. Diamond for your support of this team and really fostering a program that it sounds like got plenty of barriers that would make it easy to put this on the back burner, right? And so I know last year we got an email about the last year's success of the mock trial team. And so this is something that I think is just really wonderful and really can showcase the brilliance of our Burbank High students. So I'm looking forward to getting an update on how we can best support these students in the future, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Huge congrats. So to Renu and to, is it Annalena? Both of you and to the whole team, to Coach and to Mr. Flores. I just want to say huge congratulations. It sounds like we have a lot of great jumping off points. I hope you'll reach out. And the one thing I wanted to say to all of the students and also to the adults is that you don't have to wait to come to a board meeting. If you need support, if you have a question about how, a classroom or whatever else, you can reach out to us at any point. You don't have to wait to come to a board meeting so that hopefully we can help resolve a problem more quickly for you. So just keep that in the back of your mind that you can reach out to us at any point. Dr. Macias, Dr. Paramo, anybody, and we can help troubleshoot with you. So I don't want you to feel like you can't come to us for help unless it's in one of these moments, because you absolutely can. And if you, for this season, for next season, when you get the scrimmage schedule, do you get it in advance?
I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's okay.
We make our own scrimmage schedule, so we actually have to reach out and find schools that are willing to scrimmage. So we know kind of in advance, but we have to hear back from other schools that are willing to. Some schools don't want to reveal their game plans and don't scrimmage us, but other schools do it. So there is a little bit of advance notice. There is a little bit of advance notice that we can provide to the entire board. And
that
make
would,
sure, and it's on our website as well.
Okay.
So for those that want to, again, burbankmocktrial.org, check us out. There's a link to our Instagram page that the students run. That is the most remarkable thing I've ever seen an old dinosaur like me on for social media, because they do really good memes about the problem and interact, and other schools were picking up on it. So it's actually, we want a little bit of a good laugh just late at night when you can't think about anything happy. Go to Burbank's Instagram page as well, their mock trial
or
page.
so every night then. Excellent. So yeah, I mean, I think we'll check out the website, but if you ever have a second to sort of just give us a heads up, I know that we'd all love to come to a scrimmage. We'd love to come and check it out. I mean, for many of us up here, sounds like we've all done mock trial or debate or something along those lines, but not being about us, being about you guys, getting a chance to see you actually do the work is where it's at. So thank you to everybody. Thank you for being here. And I guess we're going to photo op time? Okay, photo op time.
My problem was about, it was the Fourth Amendment, and it was about geofence warrants.
Okay.
Which is interesting because it's relatively new.
Yeah.
And we all had to learn about it. 'Cause
Like
nobody
whether
knew
you
what
can
they
get
were.
a warrant.
It was whether the warrant was overbroad or if it was specific enough, because it was like a hotel. And
Oh, no, this is all about them.
It was so complicated.
All about the collective them.
All right. Hi. Congratulations. Thank you.
From the dais out, give them your
Thank you.
For the record, you can be a physician.
We have a few VHS staff members here that are very pivotal.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
Get a picture with the kids, that would be great.
Can we also get a picture of
Nani
parents?
and
Yes, parents.
Yeah.
Everyone is going to get Is this all of us in? It's like a climb. Back up. Yeah, no, right here. There you go.
Hold on, hold on.
That's what I would do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
No relations to the other. I wish.
We're going to move on to 9B, presentation on Portrait of Kindness Club, and we're going to welcome back Dr. Macias, who's going to introduce the phenomenal Julie Grenay, library coordinator at John Burroughs High School. No? Yes? No?
Yes, and another guest. So good evening again. I would love to welcome our library coordinator, Ms. Julie Grenay. In addition to that, our teacher, Ms. Karen Nakashima, to present about the Portraits of Kindness Club. So please, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, school board, district, and community members. Thank you for allowing us the time to share our student accomplishments through Portraits of Kindness. My name is Julie Grenay, the library coordinator and co-advisor for Portraits of Kindness. The program's been active at John Burroughs since the 2011-2012 school year. And when the first group of students created just 20 portraits for children in Sierra Leone. Oh, okay.
And then my name is Karen Nakashima, and I'm an art teacher at John Burroughs High School. I'm the co-advisor for the Portraits of Kindness Club. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Oh. Do I do something?
PowerPoint, please.
Once it's displayed, there you go.
Oh, great, thank you.
I'm not sure how to work this, but just click that. I'm sorry, I'm technologically impaired. Did we already say that part?
So kindness with diversity, equity, inclusion are values, oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, we're getting this together. So kindness with DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion are values that we really hold dear at John Burroughs. So we were so excited to partner directly with Aaliyah. We had previously linked up with the Memory Project for about 15 years. Julie did that. So she is a woman who started this amazing program in Malawi, Africa, to build single compounds for single mothers and their children with education as the focus. Plans to include a primary school, an orphanage and a home for widows, as well as many other things. And we were so grateful to be able to support with our Burroughs students this year.
So as I said, when the program started, it was 20 students. This year, the program's been growing every year, and this year, JBHS artists created 56 portraits that were delivered to Cape Maclear, Malawi.
Right. So we actually met Aaliyah earlier in October 2023 when she was actually in Burbank. We went over about our club, discussed the partnership, and go over delivery for the portraits for this spring. And we'd actually like this to be an ongoing project for years to come as well.
So in addition, wait, I'm sorry. Did we skip something? No, so at the start of spring break, the two of us headed off to Malawi with the portraits, as well as 6 50-pound bags of donated items from social media supporters of the Chapazzo project.
Okay. So Ben from the Memory Project had actually started this whole project as a college student. The purpose was to connect youth around the world through art to build cultural understanding and international kindness, regardless of culture, religion, or circumstances.
These are just some photos of our time. So we actually went there, and it was really amazing. This is the first year we've taken the portraits there ourselves. And so we were welcomed by the children and the people of Chapazzo, and Malawi was amazing. And we just want to share those few photos, but our focus is on our students. The kids there and the people, we did portraits for actually the staff of Chapazzo, which is the project where the single mother homes and the families are living, as well as the children, and they were super excited. It was just a really fun day when we got to give them their portraits. So the next slides are just going to be highlighting each artist, from our student artist and other people on campus. A couple of adults also participated. So we'll just go through those kind of quickly. You can make comments if you want.
Yeah, so there's a reason why Malawi is often referred to as the warm heart of Africa. It was really an amazing experience that we were able to experience, but also bring to our students. And this whole journey we've been recording, I've been sharing my 170 students about the progress, seeing their work, coming back, bringing gifts from Malawi to them. And then we're having a party as well next Monday. Just so much love and warmth to experience was just really, really incredible. So those are our students on the right-hand side, professionally taken, and then those are the people from Chapazzo, from Malawi, in the center. So just, it's amazing because normally when we do this project, we're not able to see individuals. It's much more of a larger organization, so really having that personal experience really made it feel like the kids were there too.
So I'm just going to also mention that the portraits you're seeing, the professional portraits of our student holding their artwork, were taken by John Burroughs High School photography student Vanessa Mombrun, and also Josie Heater stepped in to help as well. So they practice their portrait, studio portrait skills as well. They do that every year for our project.
Oh, this was, sorry, do you want to?
Oh, that was me. So I got to meet Azamini, who I did the portrait for, and it was a lifetime memory. She was adorable.
Yeah, and again, there's so much love and warmth, but, there's a lot of struggles as well. So having some amazing piece of artwork, just knowing that someone in the world cares about them really does make an enormous impact in someone's life. And also for our Burroughs students to be able to be that impact, I think is really powerful as well.
There were a couple of college students who were away at the time we were there, but right after we left, they came back on their break, and so we were able to get some. This student wasn't there, but we were able to get some photos additional.
And the idea is that as we're giving support and the Chapazzo organization is giving support, when they go off to college, they're able to come back and influence the students, the children there and there as well. So it becomes a generational support. Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
And it just so happened that on the day that we came home, the day after we came home on a Sunday, and on that Monday, Ben, as Karen mentioned, Ben Shoemaker is the founder of the Memory Project, who we usually work through. We usually do our portraits, we ship them to him. He lives in Wisconsin, his organization is there, and he goes and delivers them. So he happened to be in LA the first time in 25 years on that day. So we got to go
for the first time, meet him face to face, and it was really a special moment because we built a relationship over all these years, just by emails and sending things back and forth. But it was really a great way to wind up and bring it full circle this year.
Okay. And as an art teacher, I just love that art can be used as such a powerful tool to connect around the world. Thank you for letting us share this presentation experience with you. We just wanted to highlight an experience for our borough students. And again, we're really excited to be working with this organization for years to come and to continue to build cultural understanding with our borough students. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
It's amazing. Okay, we are going to move on to reports from the board and staff. So 10A, our student representatives. From boroughs, Paris is not here today, but stepping in is the phenomenal Kayla Cruz, who will report on John Burroughs High School.
Good evening, President Emily Weisberg, distinguished school board members, Superintendent John Paramo, district staff, members of the community. My name is Kayla Cruz, Vice President of John Burroughs High School, and I'm here to give my report on April 4th, 2024. Starting with updates from ASB, we are well underway for our Spirit Week for Spring Rally next week. The theme for our last rally of the school year is Greek life, which will feature our classes participating in fun, innovative games, as well as the celebration of our spring athletes. Our Spirit will start on Monday, April 8th, with Jersey versus Jersey Shore. Tuesday's theme, No Backpacks in College. Wednesday's theme, Greek Day, where students will dress like a frat guy. Thursday, our rally day, we will have our classes dressed in class-specific gear, starting with freshmen in beige flags wearing beige, sophomores, biggest secret, in camo, juniors in red flags wearing red, and seniors in white lies wearing white. We hope to end the year off strong. Before spring break, our senior class announced the theme of our senior prom, a waltz through the Regency era. The dance will be held at the Wallace Edinburgh Center on April 27th, and the tickets will be sold until April 5th. They also announced the prom royalty nominees. We also have numerous fundraisers for our classes, with the sophomore class selling April Fool's grams for friends to give to their friends. We handed them out on April 1st. And the freshman class is selling Peeps for your peeps. They are selling packages of 10 peeps and a note for a friend with $4. You could have bought from April 1st to the 4th, and they will deliver on the 5th. They'll be delivered tomorrow during 4th period. ASB is also hosting the last blood drive of the school year. Signups began last week, and we hope to get as much participation as possible. Every drop counts. Moving on to performing art news, the IMA program is hosting the concert around the world featuring the diverse cultures and people from various countries around the world. This year's concert will feature a special moment from across the ocean, as we will be joined by Canberra High School visiting from Australia. The concert this Friday, April 5th, will start at 6:30. Tickets are $5 for students and $10 for adults. Next, in sports news, our boys volleyball faced Burbank tonight. Frosh played at 4:30, and JV and varsity played at 6. As the year comes to a close, our campus has begun to announce some senior news, including auditions for commencement speakers. We are looking for 2 speakers, one for the theme of reminiscence and farewell. The year's ending bittersweet, but we hope for the best. Thank you for listening. Any comments or questions?
So at our last meeting, Paris got up and invited us all to the multicultural event that they had that you guys had at Burroughs. And I know I saw you there, Kayla, and I just wanted to thank you and ASB for putting that on and for inviting us. My children enjoyed candy from around the world. And it was a really cool event. So thank you for putting that on and for inviting the community into your community.
Absolutely. I know Ms. Grenay was also a big part of that.
Huge, yeah.
So, yeah. And
and
yes,
Nana.
Nana Bambi. Yeah, she was. My club was also a part of it, but Miss Grenade and Nana like helped me through the whole thing. So
It was great. It was really fantastic. Hopefully, a lot of people in the community got to attend, and it'll just continue to grow next year and beyond. Anybody, any other board member? Thank you so much, my friend. Okay, next we will have Andranik Belbulian from Burbank High School.
Good evening, Board President Weisberg, distinguished board members, Superintendent Paramo, district staff, and members of the Burbank community. My name is Andranik Bilboyan, and it is with pleasure that I provide a report this evening on all previous, current, and future Burbank High activities. There's a lot of overlap in our reports. I think ASB is on the same timeline. So starting off with the month of March, we announced our senior superlatives which included categories like Future Billionaire, Life of the Party, Class Genius, and Best Smile. Juniors held their annual fundraiser, 1950s Skate Night, on March 8th, which was super successful. And ASB held our informational meeting during lunch for next year's group of candidates. Candidates for ASB office have already been announced in grade level Google Classrooms, and election week will take place next week, April 8th to April 12th. Yeah. With news related to our performing arts, IMA Jazz Night will be on Saturday, April 6th at 6 p.m. in the Wolfson Auditorium. The event will consist not only of Burbank High students, but Burroughs and John Muir students as well. Along with IMA, BHS Drama's Grease will be presented next weekend, April 12th and 13th, as well as the weekend after that, April 19th and 20th. In sports news, our softball team played against Muir today at 3:45. Our tennis team will be competing against CV tomorrow. Track and field will have a meet tomorrow at Arcadia High School, and our boys volleyball team will obviously be going up against Burroughs tonight. And finally, with more current ASB news and events that we're preparing for, we also announced our prom theme, City of Stars, aka La La Land, recently. We had a poster reveal during lunch, as well as a video posted on our BHS TikTok account, which received over 2 million views. I have to throw that in there. I was in the video. Prom court nominations have been opened, and voting for prom court is taking place now. The freshman class will be hosting their class fundraiser, Pie in the Face, during lunch this month. Students will be able to pie ASB members and BHS staff, while all proceeds will go towards the class of 2027. And the junior class has announced that this year's annual Burbank Car Show will be Saturday, April 27th from 10:30 to 12:30. Last but not least, ASB is currently in preparation for our last rally of the year and through a Spirit Week in the middle of March to get students excited for the upcoming rally. Monday, the whole week was party themed. So Monday was slumber party, where we wore PJs to school. Tuesday was pool party. Wednesday was game day party, so sports jerseys. Thursday was watch party, so we dressed as our favorite TV characters. And then Friday was St. Patty's party. Our spring rally will be on April 26th with a Spirit Week from Monday the 22nd to Rally Day, and we will be revealing the theme soon and are very excited to host our last rally of the year. And then I can take questions or make clarifications.
So what TV character were you dressed as?
I think I was absent that day. If I'm being honest.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
I love hearing about all the spirit days. Okay. We are thinking about maybe doing themes for our meetings.
Yeah.
So we can just wear pajamas. It'll be great.
My children ask many mornings whether
Yeah.
today is pajama day, and I'm like, it's not always pajama day. you
Yes, it
guys.
is.
And also, your children, you can wear sweatpants every day.
And last but certainly not least, I'm so excited. Daniela Alvarez will give us her report on Monterey.
Good evening, Board President Weisberg, distinguished members of the board, Superintendent Paramo, district staff, and our audience. Hello, my name is Daniela Alvarez, and I am the school board representative for the rest of the school year. Thank you for inviting me to come and speak about Monterey. Last month, we had our first open house and art show. It was a fantastic night. We had food trucks, art activities, and games. It was open to all students ranging in attendance from Burbank, Burroughs, and most of the elementary schools. It was an amazing display of all the creativity going on at Monterey. For instance, we had a fashion show take place down our school hallway, showcasing pieces made by our students, as well as a piano performance from both beginning and advanced classes. The night was so impressive that we got a spot in the Burbank Leaders on the Town column. So let me take the time to thank David Laurel and the Burbank Leaders for showcasing our ambition and dedication to our education. He was able to show the true Monterey to the community. It was something we are very fond of. Monterey continues to build our fine and performing arts program, which is leading to opportunities such as scholarships and awards. We had 6 students win awards in the Arts in Motion show being presented tonight. There were over 1,500 submissions of artwork, and our Monterey students are discovering more about themselves and their futures from these opportunities. One class that I would like to highlight tonight is our new podcasting class. I was in one of the first classes and was able to connect with the people around me in a new and creative way. In this class, I was hosting one-on-one interviews, learning skills in writing, communication, and sound editing. The administration and student council are always trying to find new ways to engage students, planning monthly activities such as egg hunts on the field for Easter. In February, we had a door decorating contest between classes celebrating Black History Month. The classes each took a historical figure to teach others the importance and biography of that person. In March, we celebrated Women's History Month. Each student chose a woman in history that was valuable to them. And then we decorated the bulletin board with all the pictures. It was eye-opening to see the diversity in women from all around the world. Ms. Weaver believes that this service is important and creates opportunities for students to give back to the community. This semester, one of our ongoing projects is called Panther Pages. It is a team of high school students who travel to Burbank elementary schools and read diverse literature to students in the classroom. These books have unique voices and characters, as well as valuable lessons for later in their lives. So far, we read to Providencia, and just today, we went to McKinley, both of which have been an amazing experience. This is a joint program between Monterey and is made possible through the Destiny Education Project. Student Council is actively discussing another project we have engaging in before the end of the school year. We've had a large number of graduates already this year, and we'll have more graduating this May. Thank you for all your support and time. Any questions?
Just, we said it below, we were taking pictures, but welcome. We're so excited to have you here. I loved the video that you put together last time. That was very cool. And thank you for sharing everything that's going on in Monterey. I saw the piece in the Leader. It was, I thought, really great to have Monterey recognized in that way. I was sad to have missed the open house, but thank you for being here and for sharing your excitement about your school.
Yes, of course. Thank you for having me.
And selfishly, I want to figure out a way that we don't have a board meeting on the night of the open house, because I think every one of us would have been there. We were here, but we would have liked to have been there.
Yeah.
So, but sounded amazing. Heard lots of great feedback from Miss Weaver, and just thank you. It was exciting. I was on campus recently to see all of the new additions. So piano classes and the textiles and podcasting. I mean, it's unbelievable all the different things that you can do at Monterey. It's really phenomenal. So I'm just excited to hear about what's to come.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really truly is a second chance for success.
Oh.
And I really do stand by it. So thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Ms. Alvarez. We're like the luckiest people. Okay. We're going to move on to 10B, which is our opportunity for our union leaders to share some thoughts, words, comments, etc. I don't know if Mr. Becky, did you have something this evening? So our BTA president, the fabulous Nicole Becky, welcome you to the podium. It's good to see you as always.
It's really nice to see a nice crowd in the house, and hopefully it'll be more for our future meetings. Good evening, President Weisberg, members of the board, Superintendent Paramo, members of the district and staff. I'm Nicole Becky. I am the BTA president and a PE teacher of Dolores Huerta. I've been in the district 17 years. We have an elementary open house on April 25th, so if you can mark that on your calendars. I hope that the Board of Ed and our BUSD cabinet members can attend. I know our elementary teachers take that very seriously, and they really want it to look very nice. I just did a BTA site visit to Disney on April 3rd, and I have a site visit to Horace Mann on April 17th. I look forward to hearing from our members at that school site and learning more about the work that they do. I know that our members are getting excited that we have 2 more months of school, and we are also in the middle of state testing, and obviously there's really no breaks between now and May, but our teachers are dedicated to the work that they do and wanting our students to be very successful in life, so they continue to plug along. We continue to need support for our English language learners at the elementary and secondary, as well as having special ed support. I know sometimes it's not always easy to find people to fill those vacancies, but again, the more that we can, that helps our people in the classroom. I like the fact that BUSD will be starting to address extreme student behavior for the 2024-25 school year. It's really needed in our elementary schools coming off of COVID and just trying to get kids back into being focused and being on task. And obviously education field has changed a lot since I first entered in 2003. And I just want to thank everyone for being here and being a part of trying to make, our students successful here in Burbank. And I hope you all have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brecky. We are going to move on to item 10C, reports from the superintendent. I know you're going to be introducing Dr. Macias, who's going to introduce our new principal at Burbank High.
I am going to do that, but before we do, I'd like to just make some comments to Mr. Becky. I think that you will find in the proposed LCAP plan a significant amount of funding to support EL students. So I think that we are going to see a noticeable difference, particularly in the academic areas that are not language. I think we do a pretty good job in our language support, English language arts. We are putting into place supports for EL classes for social studies, math, and science. And I'm really excited about that because I know our teachers need support there. I will also tell you that Dr. Knappik and I met with elementary principals yesterday, and we had a lot of volunteers to work with district office to put together some protocols for extreme behavior at the elementary. So we are working on it. I've heard and had the opportunity to meet with a lot of elementary teachers. I know it's a priority. I feel very confident we're going to be able to address that. We've had the same issues in secondary. We put a plan in place, and we saw significant changes. So I'm very confident that we'll be able to do that at the elementary as well, and I want to assure you that we're working on that. At this time, I'd love to invite Dr. Macias to the podium.
Good evening all over again. It is my pleasure to introduce to the community, to our board, to our superintendent, our newly appointed principal of Burbank High School, Ms. Narne Barzagar. After a rigorous interview and selection process, we are confident that Ms. Barzagar is the ideal candidate to lead the Burbank High School community forward. Narne Barzagar began her career in education in the year 2000 as an educational assistant in the Glendale Unified School District. She joined Burbank Unified in 2005 as a math teacher at John Bros High School. During her 13 years at John Bros High School, Ms. Barzagar served as a BITSA mentor teacher, a master teacher, and as a math department chair. She held positions as a teacher on special assignment at John Muir Middle School, Burbank Unified School District Summer School, and John Burroughs High School. For the past 6 years, Ms. Barzagar has been an assistant principal at Burbank High School, holding the positions of assistant principal of student services, guidance and special education, and curriculum and instruction. She has earned a BS in Applied Mathematics from UCLA in 2004 and an MA in Educational Administration from Cal State University Northridge in 2013. Ms. Barzagar embodies the values of our Burbank High School community and is committed to fostering a culture of excellence, equity, and inclusivity for all learners, staff, and families. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Narne Barzagar as she assumes this very important leadership position. Together, let us embark on a new chapter of growth, innovation, and success for Burbank High School.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I first have to say thank you to my mother-in-law for watching my 5-year-old. Thank you, Takush. Hi, Benji. I brought notes just in case I forget anything. So good evening, Board President Weisberg, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Paramo, and the Burbank community. As I enter into the 20th year in my career in the Burbank Unified School District, I'm so honored to step into the role of principal at Burbank High School. Over the past 6 years, I've been blessed to work alongside the incredible faculty and staff members at Burbank High. We have amazing, dedicated folks here. Several staff members graduated from Burbank High School. Their parents graduated from Burbank High School. And every year we have staff members whose children are attending Burbank High School as students. Our parent base is super involved, very supportive, and it speaks volumes about what we create and offer at BHS. There is deep tradition and a lot of pride. We have come a long way in building our school spirit and programs back up after that 1 year of remote learning. There's a lot of good energy on campus right now. I look forward to building on this positive momentum and working with our stakeholders on continuous improvement and opportunities for our students. Let's go Bulldogs.
Board comments? Ms. Tabbitt?
Well, as one of those community members that graduated from Burbank High, as did my children, welcome and thank you for even wanting to take on this leadership role. It's a challenge to be any kind of administrator at any level, but especially at our high schools. Our children are, as you know, growing and developing and figuring out who they are during that time. And so the leadership at that level is so extremely important for the health and well-being of our students. So thank you. I do appreciate you wanting to take on that role, and I know you'll do a fantastic job. As you say, you know, you've been a Bulldog for a few years now, so you know what it means to be a Bulldog, and pride is important. So thank you.
It is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, it's been kind of a privilege seeing you throughout the years. I think one of the first interactions I had with you, you were like, "Hi, gotta go," boom, and you were back in, and it was. I respect that. I love that because I am prize. I've got to go handle this. Like, good to see you, politician. Goodbye. And it's great. And I've really seen over the years your dedication to the campus, and it's a lot of hard work. But you know, I have every confidence that you're going to be able to do this. And as a former Burbank High student and blah blah blah. But seriously, I'm excited to see your tenure start, and it's about time. So good luck, and we'll all be here as a support system.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you. Just congratulations and best of luck. I know it's as Ms. Taba was saying, it's a lot, and I'm really glad for the Burbank High community that they have some continuity. They have a familiar face who's going to continue to lead them, and I have no doubt that you're going to do a great job. So thank you for stepping up.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, last month was the Women's History Month, and as we celebrated that, now you're making history. First Armenian American woman to be the principal. It's a very powerful statement. I know I met your family. We probably, know each other from, the family from back in our country. But it's a very proud moment for me because, having individuals like you, and I've seen your leadership and the way you've carried yourself, even in difficult situations, I think you're more than qualified, but also I think Burbank High School needs someone like you to carry, the legacy of the Bulldogs, as we're looking forward to our son to soon be a member of Burbank High School. So congratulations. As we say in Armenian, Shnoravor yev Bartzenet Qatar. Thank you.
Merci.
Just welcome. You have a support system. I know it's always hard when there's a transition, but as Ms. Markuson moves on to helping the wider Burbank community, the one thing I heard so much was how supportive the staff was and excited, and the relationships that you've built there. And so, I mean, it's a perfect situation, right? Like, it's a lot of work, but it seems like you have this whole school and this whole BUSD community backing you and supporting you, and will continue to do so. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what's to come. And like everybody said, you have a big fan club back here looking for ways to help you succeed in ways that we know you will. Dr. Promo.
Thank you.
Dr. Macias did a wonderful job introducing you. What I want to add is that I've known you since we started at the same time. We've put a lot of time into Burbank. I can tell you that this is your moment. You've been working really, really hard, and I have total confidence in your ability to lead that school. I trust you implicitly. Your morals, your ethics are right where they need to be. And what some people don't know about you is that you have a rapport with kids that can only rarely be matched. And that is why I feel so good having you as the principal. I go to lunch, I go to nutrition, and I see you, I watch you, and I see how you interact with the kids, and you love them, and you care about them. I know you do. And that's why we hired you to be the principal at Burbank High School. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Promo, is there anything else you have in your report?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'd like to invite Dr. Macias back up to the podium.
Don't leave, Dr. Macias.
Okay. So in addition to honoring and recognizing our librarians, this week, April 1st through 5th, is National Assistant Principals Week. And I can say a thing or two about that. Former assistant principal, our superintendent, it's vital. This week gives us an opportunity to highlight the role that assistant principals play in supporting school leadership. They help with fostering a positive school culture, ensuring the smooth operation of daily activities. I want to extend, on behalf of the Board of Education, our superintendent, we want to extend our deepest appreciation and gratitude to each of our assistant principals in our school communities. Directly to our assistant principals, your dedication, leadership, and unwavering commitment to the learners, faculty, support staff, and families of our district is truly remarkable. You play a pivotal role in shaping the educational experiences and outcomes of our learners, and your contributions do not go unnoticed. Your tireless efforts behind the scenes ensure the smooth operation of our schools, foster a positive, inclusive school culture, and provide invaluable support to our principals, teachers, and support staff. Your passion for education and unwavering commitment to excellence serve as an inspiration to all of us. We want to express our sincere gratitude for your hard work, resilience, and dedication. Your leadership and professionalism enrich our school communities and contribute to the success of each and every Burbank Unified School District learner. So thank you to our assistant principals, to your continued excellence and your continued service. We are incredibly grateful for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Macias, and thank you to our phenomenal assistant principals. We are going to move on to 11A, public communication. I'm going to read, we have a number of cards. Any individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on any agenda item or on any subject within the jurisdiction of the school board by completing a white request card and turning it in to Ms. Quinterio. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. Not more than 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker except by unanimous consent of the Board of Education. The superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. The district is providing alternatives to in-person attendance for viewing and participating. I believe we have one virtual speaker. No virtual speakers. Okay, we have no virtual speakers, so that we are going to move on. And as it says at the bottom of the card, we're giving priority to students. We have 2 student speakers. So you are going to be up first. You're like, what? So, perhaps 3. Is he graduate? Oh, never mind, 2. So, Annalee, you are first. Annalee? And then Janice Kim, you are next.
Good evening. My name is Annalee Luca. I am a sophomore at Burbank High School, and I'm a first-year student in mock trial. And I just want to take the time to explain to you how truly valuable this program is. I joined the club somewhat on a whim. I've always wanted to be an attorney, but I wasn't truly aware of how much this program would benefit me. I joined with an attempt to maybe be someone's backup, but primarily to learn. And I ended up taking to it quite well. I ended up being an attorney with a lead role. I got an honorable recognition, and I truly learned. You heard my coach talk about how he runs it like law school, and he truly does. I got so many opportunities, and I got to learn about a career that I've wanted to do since the 3rd grade. It sounds fake, but I used to take a lot of pride in telling people that I was going to be a criminal justice prosecution attorney. And now, with each passing day, my dream seems more like a reality. And that's purely due to this program. I got to go to a Supreme Court of Appeals competition called Moot Court with Renu Dometti. And we did so well that we now get to go to the national competition in 2 weeks. And it was all due to this club. Without this, I don't know where I would be at school. I don't know if I would continue on my dream. What I do know, though, is that I am in it, and my story isn't necessarily rare. If you had asked anyone in the program, they would tell you the same thing, that this program is truly a life changer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Miss Kim.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Janice Kim, and I'm a sophomore at Burbank High School, and I also wanted to share my personal experience in mock trial. So just 2 short years ago, I walked into this club as a timid, shy student. I was unsure of what to expect from the club, let alone in a courtroom. But today, I stand before you as the secretary of this incredible club. And a journey that I can only describe as nothing short of amazing. I had a deep fear of public speaking, but continuously immersing myself into this opportunity changed me as a person. With each practice session, each competition, I found myself growing stronger, more confident, and more determined than ever before. Although I may not be planning it for a career in law, the lessons learned from mock trial are valuable. From critical thinking and communication to teamwork and collaboration, mock trial offers skill sets that are crucial for success in the real world. My personal growth demonstrates undeniable growth, and although it wasn't easy, the supporting environment that I was put in made me go from a shy freshman to a leadership role in the mock trial club. I was able to discover my potential through this club, and I highly encourage any other student to be a part of this amazing opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you to both our phenomenal students. We are gonna, those are beautiful. Oh my goodness. We are gonna move on to the rest of our speakers. So we have, Miss, what's happening? Who? Apologies, sorry, snafu. All right, so we are, Mr. Flores, I believe you wanted to speak on mock trial donations.
Okay, so while the QR code was definitely a fail in terms of me keeping it up here, I did learn one thing, is that apparently if I'll wait till it goes to me full frontal, but what it is that if I put this up there and you screenshot this and you're watching this, then if you go into your photo app and you click on that link, you'll go directly to our web store to be able to donate directly. So that we take debit cards and credit cards, you get an automatic tax donation form when you submit it. So just to make it easier for people. So again, Ms. Weisberg, President Weisberg, thank you so much for putting it on YouTube because it makes it accessible. We can kind of like, cut a little clip of the video, post it on social media, blast it out, send it to, different firms for donations and things like that. So thank you for that. And I do have something on mock trial, but I do want to say really quickly, I know she left, but congratulations to Narne Barzagar on being the principal at Burbank High School. I started at Burbank High in 2021, and so that was post-pandemic. And the journey from the coming out of the pandemic to where we are right now has been so difficult. There's clearly been a mass exodus of educators out of the field, but I will say that having Narne and so many of our other staff members who kind of held each other up as a family really made the impossible feasible. And I have never seen Narne flustered. I have never seen her. She is so focused and so even-keeled and so supportive with anything that you need at any time. And I'm so excited to have her as our principal. And I also want to say thank you and congratulations to Ms. Markison for being our principal. She stepped in, less than 2 years ago, I think. And she stepped in at a very difficult, critical time, and I feel like, with the level of pressure, you always have to be ready to hit the ground running. I believe that Ms. Markson and I missed each other at Santa Monica High by days or something like that. So when I first met her in the summertime that she started, it was so nice to just immediately welcome her, but also to know that from what your background is in Santa Monica and Culver City, I knew that you were just ready to hit the ground running, which you have been. And she has been you've been our captain, and it makes me really proud to be a Burbank High member. I'm hoping that when you do visits and you feel that warmth within the staff, it's not just putting it on for show because we got people on campus. It comes from an authentic place, and you set that tone along with the other assistant principals. So thank you. I feel like I'm going to eat into the 5 minutes, so I think the fact that I already put the screenshot up there, and then I'll try to blast it out to everybody. I think, where am I at? 2 minutes left? Okay, let me quickly just jump into a mock trial specific part, and then I'm done, I promise. Okay, so where you at? Well, I think, let me just go on to where we're at specifically financially. While I would love for us to have the process of having a permanent place built, I will say that in terms of donations, right now where we're at, number-wise, we're at $2,300 right now in our account. So what that could do for next year is, without any fundraising, that could be a few days of buses and maybe some funds for a banquet at the end of the year. So one of the things that Mock Trial has been doing is at the end of the year, in late spring, we usually do a banquet at Gordon Biersch or something like that. And so it's celebrating the students for doing such great work. And so that can cost say, $900 for all 25 students. So that kind of stuff eats at the budget itself. And so, when a law firm donates $1,000 here, even $100 somewhere else, it really goes to giving the students a chance to focus only on practicing and not have to focus on like, okay, I got to get the T-bombs. I got to get the milk tea to sell out to the front to get a profit of what, like $100 or something like that. Like, it's a lot of work for not that much return. So, you know, I would say if you go to burbankmocktrial.org, we do have our link for the donation link there, and it really would go far to even just like, I mean, my last comment will be our current president is considering not possibly having a banquet this year because we want to save some of those funds for next year so that those students don't have to panic or the next year doesn't have to panic. But I'm hoping that if we can maybe get some funds maybe from now until next week, at the top of next week when we check in, maybe we've got enough to be able to get a nice fancy place to celebrate the students because they so deserve it. So thank you again for having me. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Okay, next we have Schlossman and then Mr. Eric Hawk.
To these folks sitting right here with the courtroom deal, we got a courthouse across the street with empty courtrooms. Why don't we get with Catherine Barger or the courthouse director and see if we can let them, it's like 6-8 blocks away, let them use one of those courtrooms. Those pictures of those kids from Malawi, I loved it. They were smiling right into my heart, and I was smiling right back. They're beautiful. Mr. Paramo, you disappointed me last night when you deviated from the agenda and you gave out gifts apparently to women just for being women. And I thought that was sexist. I thought it was demeaning. If somebody gave me or recognized me for being a man, I would say, what are you talking about? I was born this way. That's just me. But I thought it was improper. And you have an attorney sitting next to you. Maybe you should ask him his opinion if it was a Brown Act violation. And I really want to ask you, those little gift bags you gave out to the 6 women, and you called them goddesses and amazing and that type of thing, it was Dr. King that reminded us that we should go by the content of our character, of a person's character, not by the genitalia or their birth. Well, it's true. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. You know. Let's go down the line here. Mr. Ferguson, I think that, you know, at the last meeting, you were upset because you didn't get your $20 million carve out and nobody would support you. And, you know, I thought you were rude to everybody, particularly Miss Tabbitt, and I think you owe her an apology for the way you behaved. Go back and watch the meeting and think and see if that was right. I thought you acted like a child. Miss Ponzer-Cam Carr, you know, you created some drama on the same subject. You referred to the state of our schools, and I wrote down the word when you said it. You said the school condition is dire. And nowhere in the Perkins-Eastman report that you spent $500,000, you should respect the report, that word was not mentioned. And then in the same breath, almost in the same sentence, you said, you're talking about libraries, and then you transitioned to librarians, and a bond is not for salaries. So you were kind of leading people on that if they were to vote for this proposed bond, that they might get, you know, librarians. So you too can go back and watch the meeting and see if I'm wrong. Now, I get emails from you folks, and this is one of the emails I got. It's from, you know, the BUSD. You send it to everybody, and it's telling me where to go to get free food. So apparently you folks are recognizing that there's dire straits for people, but you spend so much time on this bond figuring out how to get money from us. I wish you would spend the same amount of time how to live within your means and pay for the things that we need to pay for. This is serious business, people that can't eat, but you want to take hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars out of our community. Here's another email. Help JBHS students and help other BUSD students with prom attire for donations. You're asking people to donate clothing so our students can dress up for prom. Do you see the contradiction here? You don't. But there is one. Garrett Weisberg, I'm disappointed in you. Look, you recognize that folks can't afford to go to prom, can't afford to dress up for prom. It's a problem. But you're very comfortable taking hundreds of millions of dollars out of this community. Ask our student representatives here how they feel about paying decades into the future for your mismanagement. If these folks have children, which they may have in the next 30 years, their children could end up paying for it. Ms. Weisberg, you look like you're bored, but this is serious stuff that we're talking about. It's mismanagement. Have pity on us. I'm saying, please think about what you're doing, all of you. It's mismanagement, and you want us to make up for it. It's decades of mismanagement. Yes, you haven't been here but 4 years, but Tabit's been here quite a while. Some of these others have been here 8 years. And don't you think you need to put money aside for the inevitable to fix a roof leak? Get a clue.
While I work on getting a clue, I'd like to invite up Mr. Eric Hawk, followed by Mr. Barry Sarna.
Okay. Hey, have a good evening, members of the Burbank School Board and President. And my name, again, for the record, is Eric Hawk. I'm the current president of the Burbank Community Band Board of Directors. And I'm here to announce this weekend that on Saturday, April 6th, at 6 p.m., the Burbank Community Band will have its biggest concert of the year, A Journey Through Space, a concert that will be right here in Burbank at John Burroughs High School at 1920 Clark Avenue. This will be a free concert, as all Burbank Community Band concerts are, but donations are always welcome. The show will be focused on music inspired by space and space exploration. We have some selections from Gustav Holst's The Planets, as well as music from the motion picture Apollo 13. A wonderful trumpet soloist will be on that one, and those are just some of the pieces that are going to be performed. I have provided public comment to this body before, but for those who might be viewing on the Burbank channel or on YouTube, just briefly introduction of or information about the Burbank Community Band. I apologize to all of y'all for repeating myself. The Burbank Community Band is a volunteer band made up of between 50 and 60 musicians, from professional musicians to returning musicians, and also musicians new to performing with a large band. We perform at city events such as Veterans Day and Memorial Day, as well as school assemblies. In fact, actually this past Monday, we performed at Dolores Huerta Middle School for morning assemblies, performing the music from the upcoming concert. Our goals are to share music with the Burbank community, to provide a welcoming space for musicians wanting to hone their talents, and also to promote music education for the youth in this community. If you're out and about in Burbank on a Friday morning, you can find the Burbank Community Band from 9:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. on Friday mornings, filling the hallways of McCambridge Park Recreation Center with music. As we are a volunteer community band, we welcome new musicians to join, and hopefully after the April 6th show, some of you may be inspired to join our welcoming group of musicians. Once again, the Burbank Community Band has its next and biggest show of the year, scheduled for this Saturday, April 6th at 6 p.m. The concert again will be at John Burroughs High School, right here in Burbank at 1920 Clark Avenue, but y'all know where it is. And again, as with all Burbank Community Band concerts, this is a free concert with donations being welcome. And I do definitely want to thank this body, this school board, for its support of our band, and on behalf of myself and on behalf of the band, we certainly want to express great appreciation that this board and the superintendent and staff were able to share information about our upcoming concert throughout the district. So thank you very, very, very much, all y'all, for that. And I hope you can come to our upcoming concert. And Unfortunately, I may have to step out before we get to response to comments. I have to practice my own trumpet parts. So, but I will be following on one of those screens there on YouTube, so if there are any responses to comment. And certainly hope to see you there. And I guess I should hand this to you, Cindy, if it can't be handed. I think I have enough copies for everyone on the dais as well as the staff here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, Mr. Sarna, followed by Ms. Francisco.
Good evening, board members and staff. I am Barry Sarner, retired teacher from BUSD and a board member with Vision Burbank. And before I get into my thing, I just have to say how impressive, tonight was. I did not know about the mock trial, and just unbelievable the time that they put into this. Very impressed. I hope everyone who watched tonight, and hope that will go along with this and help out. And also the art project in Africa, incredible as well. This just points out all the incredible things we do that we should continue doing, and that's why I'm here to talk about the bond a little bit, so that our buildings do not fall apart. And as a member of Vision Burbank, we were surprised that there was no agenda item this week to adopt a resolution to place a bond measure on the ballot. And I've been here before about it. Vision Burbank is in favor of a bond to ensure that BUSD schools, buildings, or technology is maintained. We know it has to be done. And a distraction to this end was flown at the last meeting in reference to perhaps a state measure that would allow the use of bond funds for possible building of staff housing. But I think your first priority, and we believe your first priority, should be to fix or update the infrastructure. You need to approve a bond so a committee can be established, everyone knows it, to get a campaign together for the fall. There's a timeline for this, and it would be really great if BUSD was ahead of the game and on the timeline. And hopefully, in the future, if the bond is successful, a flat parcel tax can then be sought for other needs that we have talked about before. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sarna. Ms. Francisco, followed by Ms. Maslick.
Sorry, I too have to leave before comments, so I'll have to catch them as well.
Yeah.
I'm Susan Francisco. I'm a parent of a Burroughs High School student and a Dolores Huerta middle school student. And I actually am here because I have a little bit of an issue, and I apologize. It's been such a lovely evening. It's been so cheery, but I'm going to bring it down a little bit. As parents, we trust that educators who spend more waking hours with our children than we do have their best interest in mind. When we discover an issue, we hope that educators will work with us in a collaborative nature to resolve said issue. Unfortunately, we have a teacher at DHMS who is neither collaborative nor does she have the best interest of students in mind. I had an issue with Ms. Aviles in May of last year with an alleged change to a classroom policy that was not communicated to students or parents, nor was it posted in the Google Classroom, and therefore it adversely affected my son. I reached out to the teacher, principal, vice principal at the time, who have both since left, the current principal, the director of secondary education, regarding this issue. The teacher, and mind you, this has been going on for a year next month, has still yet to this moment not reached out. My son emailed her, I emailed her on several occasions, and have not been respected enough to get a response. I reached out to Dr. Macias at the recommendation of the school in February, and he assured me that there would be a discussion with the teacher and a union rep. After hearing nothing for a couple of weeks, I followed up on 3/26, and he thanked me for writing and said he would double check with the teacher and the principal. And then on 3/29, I got the dreaded Friday 4:45 blow-off email that said nothing else would be done. I have attached several documents here for the board to read, and some of them are anonymous because some of these students have younger siblings that'll be attending next year and would like to not be have those kids treated poorly. Describing how the teacher regularly cusses in class, speaks aggressively to students, inappropriately interjects political indoctrination, and demeans students. I've done research that I had hoped the district would do regarding the oversight of this teacher. I would love for someone at the administrative or school board level to interview parents from the past 3 classes to see how universally awful this teacher has been. I put an A+ student, I have 2 A+ students. and I'm an extraordinarily active parent in our school community. I would hate to see what would happen if someone who isn't that involved had a problem and knew how to escalate it, because clearly I'm not going to get resolution, and I don't think somebody who isn't involved would get resolution. Please, when you say your comments, don't placate me by telling me that we've been wronged, because that's not going to do any good. All I want is assurances that no other student has to be treated the way my son was treated in this process. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Francisco. Next up is Ms. Maslick, followed by Ms. Bauer. And then Arno, you're our last speaker.
Good evening, Board President Weisberg, members of the board, Superintendent Paramo, and district staff. My name is Britta Maslick, and I'm a counselor at Burbank High School. And I'm also the wife of a person who graduated from Burbank High School many years ago. And I have two sons who have graduated from Burbank High School. So our family is super invested in Burbank High School. I've been there since 2000, and before that I was at Muir for 10 years, so I'm super invested in the district. Love Burbank. Okay, so I just wanted to come up here to thank you all tonight for various things. I know you don't get thanked a lot, so, you know, just sit back. It's not going to be bad. Okay. To the board, I just want to thank you for your part in working so quickly last year to negotiate for a fair contract for our teachers. It was very different last year than it's ever been in my 34 years. So that was really amazing and wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Paramo, for the positive direction you are taking our district. It feels completely different, so thank you. Thank you, Dr. Macias, for creating such a collaborative environment in the short few months you have been here. As you have worked with me, I can have a lot of opinions, and sometimes my opinions are different than yours. But I feel like we have created an environment now where it's okay to have different opinions and to discuss those. So I'm thankful for that. And I also want to thank everyone who was involved in the process of choosing our amazing new principal, Ms. Barzagard. I've had the pleasure of working with her every year since we've worked together. And she is truly one of the most intelligent, goal-oriented, forward-thinking, positive, even-keeled, able to handle pressure, able to create dialogue, able to work with those that may not agree with her and come to a resolution. And so I just feel like right now we are in a great spot. We're hoping that her position can be filled because she has led Burbank incredibly well in the position of Assistant Principal of Instruction. So anyhow, so thank you so much for all of you who played a part in all these decisions. It has truly been a wonderful year because of your role. So thank you.
That's so nice. None of us know how to respond. Thank you so much, Ms. Maslick. Ms. Bauer, and then last but certainly not least, Mr. Dinese.
Hello, my name is Kathy Bauer. Hello, board, superintendent, and staff. I spoke here about a year ago and shared some facts that came out during litigation regarding my son's case against BUSD. Our family filed suit against both BUSD and Mr. Washhausen and the family of the child who attacked our son. We settled with the family, but BUSD and Mr. Washhausen refused to take responsibility and forced us to trial. The jury voted unanimously and overwhelmingly in favor of our son. But BUSD and Mr. Washhausen still refused to take responsibility. They appealed, so we are still dealing with this. The current issue is percentages of fault. We go to mediation on Monday. Our attorney has done an outstanding job, and to my understanding, it is now precedent that assumption of risk is no longer an issue in cases like ours. However, children are still not safe on BUSD campuses. My son's PE teacher, Mr. Washhausen, was not supervising his required duty when my son was attacked and permanently injured in his class. As stated in case law, California law has long imposed on school authorities a duty to supervise at all times the conduct of children on school grounds and to enforce the rules and regulations necessary to their protection. The school district is liable for injuries which result from a failure of its employees to use ordinary care in this respect. Mr. Washhausen was over 220 feet away from the field where the attack took place, sitting on the bench in the shade where he usually sat. And according to testimony, he said, "What's up?" when a student came to inform him that my son was on the ground, unable to walk, and in extreme pain. There have been many complaints about Mr. Washhausen, including how he treats his students, calling them names, intimidating them. According to testimony, Mr. Washhausen warned kids not to go home and whine to their parents about altercations or incidents that took place in his class. I know of at least one other injury in Mr. Washhausen's class that took place after my son's injury that also required medical intervention. I understand that the parent made an official complaint about Mr. Washhausen to the school, but my understanding is again that nothing was done about it. In his deposition, Mr. Washhausen stated that he sometimes gets up to join in playing games with the kids. When asked about how he can supervise all the games taking place if he is playing in one of the games, Mr. Washhausen responded, "I have the ability to watch everything at all times." Mr. Washhausen did not even know that he had a legal responsibility to hold students accountable for their conduct. My son was repeatedly assaulted in Mr. Washhausen's PE class, and at times even in front of him. About a week before my son was injured, Mr. Washhausen watched a kid push my son so hard that when my son landed on the ground, his head bounced. This was not during gameplay. Mr. Washhausen gave no consequences for this attack or any of the attacks on my son, including the attack about a week later that caused my son's severe injury. Instead of consequences, the perpetrator continued to be a team captain while my son was permanently benched. My 13-year-old son's dreams and athletic future were stolen from him. My understanding is that BUSD stated under oath that there was no insurance money involved. This is my understanding, but that there actually is. So what else could BUSD be hiding? I have never before been involved in processes as these, but it seems to me that insurance companies who care nothing about children and everything about money have so much influence over the laws which keep dangerous teachers in place. Please use your positions to support our family's position that because Mr. Washhausen did not follow the law, he is fully legally responsible for my son's injury. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bauer. Okay, Arno.
Good evening, Board, Madam President. Oh, there's a timer here. That's fun. For those who don't know me, my name is Armenian. I'm a senior at Burbank High. I want to talk about a few things up here. But I want to mention, so mock trial team was up here, and I just want to briefly note that two of the members, Renu and Lena, were both also members of Burbank Youth in Government. We meet just across the street, the YMCA, and all the way back on the flight from one of our conferences. They were working on their briefs, and so they're all very dedicated. And I want to come up here and talk about, I think the big thing, which is soon you guys, or I thought it was this meeting or one of the next, you guys want to talk about parcel tax. But I want to briefly respond to, I couldn't help but respond to a point brought up about Women's History Month. And the logic with that and other months other dedicated periods of time is that we're trying to honor historically persecuted people, to try to in some way compensate for that. That same logic applies to Black History Month, and I wouldn't go so far as saying that that constitutes worship, but that is my position on that. So now on the parcel tax, I think the biggest argument against it would be that for those who say it doesn't benefit the city of Burbank or people who aren't students or parents or have any relationship to the district, we're talking in economics right now about systems like this. We're learning about Keynesian economics, that public investments have a great return on, in this case, specifically labor. Having a good, strong district, as many members of the board have repeatedly mentioned, is a strong reason why a lot of residents move to Burbank or want to work here, send their kids to our district, and contribute to our economy. And so I think the idea that not being enrolled in the district or having a parent or in any way being related to the district directly in employment means you have no vested interest in seeing our education do well is just patently false. Yeah, also briefly, I did also catch the board meeting, I think, a few weeks ago, where an idea about public housing district would implement was mentioned. I thought it was a very interesting idea for a new revenue stream. I think it might be a politically more loftier goal than getting a parcel tax passed. So if our concern was getting 67% on that mark, I think maybe public housing would be a policy initiative further down the line. But it's certainly a very interesting idea to bring in some more cash. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of our speakers. We're going to begin first. Dr. Paramo, your comments?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. To Anna Lee and Kim, it doesn't look like you're here. Hopefully you go back and watch the tape, but you're just so impressive. You're so articulate, and you're amazing people. And I will work with Dr. Macias to ensure that we can do whatever we can to help keep your program thriving and growing. Mr. Flores, if you want to send me any kind of link or code, I can put it on the district's Facebook page. That'll get a lot of hits, and hopefully you'll reach your goal sooner rather than later. So I would love to do that. I'd love to be part of that with you. Mr. Sarna, it's so good to see you. It's always good to see you. We are working really hard. We went out for an RFP to seek legal counsel to help us put a resolution together. That work is on the way. It's being done. And we are going to bring it to the board as a presentation. So because they have options, the board requested to see what this might look like at $50, $55, $60, so that they could make a decision on how they want to move forward. So that is forthcoming, and we will bring that to you very soon. Ms. Francisco, I will ask that our Assistant Superintendent of HR reach out to you. I'm very sorry that this has happened. We will look into it. I do not know the specifics of the situation that happened at Dolores Huerta. I don't want to make any speculations, but we will follow up. Britta, we've worked together for so long. And on a very personal note, I just want you to know that what you had to say today came at exactly the right time. I personally needed to hear that, and it felt really good. We work really hard at the district office, and nobody is looking for a pat on the back. We are trying to fill in for gaps with people who are not with us right now, and that's been very difficult. But our district leadership provides service with a smile, and the responsibilities have grown over the last 4 or 5 weeks, but the work is getting done, and it's getting done with a smile, and that says a lot. Ms. Bauer, I can see the pain, and I feel very, very bad about that. I was the principal at John Muir Middle School, and I took that responsibility pretty seriously. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to comment if it's ongoing litigation. But I just want you to know that I'm really sorry that your family has had to go through this. And I didn't get your name. Arno? Very good. Yeah, you know, It's really not an easy thing to go out to a community and to ask for help. It really isn't. And I know the people that I work with, and I know that we wouldn't go out and ask for help if we didn't need it. I feel that before I became superintendent, there were measures that we attempted that didn't necessarily go the way we wanted. And I feel like as superintendent, I've got to build trust with the community. And the way that I know how to do that is to make myself available and to listen and to be flexible and to hear other people's opinions. I totally get that philosophically there are people that are never going to vote for a tax. I get it. That's fine. That's democracy, right? People can choose to vote yes or vote no. It's entirely up to them. I feel that at this moment, the situations that we are confronting with facilities and infrastructure need to be addressed first. And I feel that if we do that right, and if we can build trust with our community, and we can show them that we can be flexible and listen, that it will build enough momentum where we can go back later and say, hey, will you support us on a parcel? What could that look like? What are you willing to support? And see what we can do with that. Because in all honesty, I think we need both. And that's just my opinion, and I'm entitled to one. I will also, because I know you're worried. I know you're worried, but I want you to know that the Brown Act police will not come after me. And I want to tell you why. Because we specifically asked permission from the city attorney that I could do what I did because it was under announcements and that it was legally viable. I make no excuses, no exceptions to what I did. You are amazing people. And why would I honor you? Why would I do that? Because it's not an even playing field. It's not. And the fact that you are women and you rose to that occasion is amazing. And it needs to be recognized. It does. It's not the same thing. And I do value you. And I do salute the goddesses in each of you. I do. You're amazing people. And I totally love working with you. Thank you.
Guess we can call off the Brown Act police then. Good. All right. Board comments. We will begin with Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you. Lots of different speakers. Some I'm just going to leave to basically staff to follow up with. Some of them as they're delicate and they're simple, but they're not simple. But they require just more attention than I can give in this time. To the mock trial team again. That's wonderful, and then Dr. Paramo, if we can get that up on Facebook, social media. I do want to figure out what we do if 8 groups come down. What do we do there? You know, and I'm fine with posting it all, but what is that process? Because everybody may want their 10 minutes at the microphone. I want to make sure that we're doing that as equitably as possible. $10,000 here is huge. $10,000 to choir. Different impact. So I want to make sure that we're spreading the love, or at least spreading the opportunity out. And then let's see. Yeah, if we could just be updated on, or updated as appropriate with the Miss Francisco's matter as well. And I'll go to Eric Hawk. I have to say, he's been. Oh, hello, sir. These are the kinds of, Miss Tabbitt, I used to remember was in the Burbank On Parade. And these students learn instruments and then after high school, it's done. And the band does not play on. But in this case, it does in Burbank, but it does because of community organizations like this one. So, I really think this is an organization potentially for us to recognize and to celebrate because of the opportunities it gives instrumentalists to continue performing after school and after their K through 12 days. And I just think it's such an important part of living, as I bite my tongue. And so anyway, Mr. Hawk, I've just been very impressed by you, by your passion, coming down meeting after meeting. We've all been to these meetings for a variety of reasons before we were up here. And it takes a certain amount of like oomph to keep showing up, and a passion and a care. So I couldn't be more grateful to you. And I looked at Dr. Weisberg. I was like, anybody, frankly, we should go on Friday morning. Totally to make Cambridge. It's not a Bratton Act issue to go, but. I just really value these community groups, and we're seeing them fall apart. And I think that it's important we recognize them when they when they are successful. Miss Maslick, I have, she was my high school counselor, my freshman year counselor. I have heard you for many years now at this, and not in any wrong way, outline what's tough about your job. The counseling master plan, heard it. I cannot thank you enough. Again, nobody does it for the pat on the back, right? But we see the behind the scenes and the sweat and blood and tears that you all do, and it, we are lucky to be able to celebrate it in this role. But we see what an extra agenda item does to these folks at times. And sorry. But really, it's what gets the business done. It's what changes the dialogue and the conversation. So for that to be recognized, and yes, it took work to get here. To all of our admin team, if this is what's coming about, well done. Truly, if the culture is shifting this dramatically, this soon, I have so much confidence in you guys. And I'm just very grateful for your service, because what that means is that kids are getting taken care of. Other than that, Arno, my friend, thank you. It means a lot. A lot of folks have reached out about the housing proposal that I put forward, and you know what? I think it is a long-term discussion. And I can totally respect colleagues who want to go with a sure bet right now and want to prioritize differently than I do at this moment, and that's fine. But I think that it is something that we need to hopefully discuss for the long term. I've seen people go about models in this way that I just don't think makes sense, that give too much to private developers, and I think this is a absolutely viable pathway to potentially pay for services and advantages that this community has earned and these kids deserve. So I would like to see if there is support to have conversations about childcare generally for the next 2 years, and if there's, I don't know what we're going to do in terms of the subcommittee, so I really defer to Dr. Weisberg, but that I can at least start doing and outlining and working with, and not in a way that takes up too much staff time, but start outlining a pathway to an option that could be viable. So that's what I'd like to figure out when I can, and if that's an agenda item, then I'm going to call for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Ms. Tabbitt.
Thank you, Dr. Weisberg. Thank you to all of our speakers who came down this evening to share with us your thoughts and concerns. It's appreciated, or express the joy that you find in your day-to-day work. I think those of you that work in education are the luckiest people in the world. Every day is a new day, even the bad days, right? You're still in a great place surrounded by amazing people. So thank you for your time and service to our youth. It's appreciated. Our mock trial folks, Mr. Flores, thank you for remaining. I love to hear about the successes of our students. And many of these students need the adult leadership that you and Mr. Diamond provide. And so thank you for that. And Guy, it's so exciting to see excited kids who love what they're doing and want to share that thought with them. So I hope lots of donations come in. I love to fundraise if you want to talk one day. Okay. Anyway, but thank you. And I see great things. Mr. Ferguson mentioned he was in mock trial, and I had forgotten. Me too, my senior year. I was a witness for the prosecution. Yes, it is. And oh my gosh, an amazing teacher was the mock trial coach who, oh, his name is right there, and like in the middle of the night tonight it'll pop up, right? History teacher. So anyway, thank you for doing. No, older. I'm old, remember? Anyway, oh my gosh, he was around forever, taught like 40 years. History, down in the basement.
Meditate on this, perhaps not now?
Oh, really? Okay. Darn it. Okay.
I'm happy to do the research with you, Ms. Tabbitt. We'll go to the tone.
Thank you. Mr. Schlossman, thank you for your speech, but Dr. Paramo, I liked being called a goddess. It was awesome. There's a really important part of the Barbie movie that America Ferrera talks about women. Yeah, her monologue. Check it out. All the time, women historically have been the support, have been the get-her-dones, have, taken on the role that we do what we need to do and make things happen. And so it's nice once in a while that someone says, hey, you had a whole month of appreciation. I just wanted to let you know I appreciate you too. So I'm good. Mr. Hawk, go band. You're not still here. Okay. There you go. I think that's what I missed out on is practice. I didn't do that enough. Band, like a sport, those are your people. And my best friends today are still the ones I marched down the street with or was on a football field with in the band. And you always have some connection with another band member. Everybody knows what it's like to be up at 4 a.m, freezing on a street, or, playing, for 5.5 miles down a parade route. It's the greatest feeling in the world, and it's so much better when there's an audience in front of you. The practice, the time. So if you have a moment, please hit up a concert, whether it's the community band or someone else. It will never be time wasted. It is a good, fun thing to do. Good for the soul. Mr. Sarna, thank you for coming down. And appreciate your support as well as Vision Burbank's on our thought of going forward with a facilities bond. As I've said many, many, many times, the importance of keeping our infrastructure safe and viable for our students to learn and our teachers to teach. We need to keep that going. So thank you for that. Let me see. I might have hit up everybody I want to speak. Oh, Arno, thank you also for coming down. It's appreciated. Your thoughts are, I don't know that I know many seniors in high school who are thinking some of the thoughts that you are. So I'm appreciative of that because you're about to become a vital community member after you graduate, right? And you'll have the opportunity to vote, and you'll have an opportunity to say what you need to say. And I'm glad you're recognizing that right by coming here and speaking your mind, as I think you said at the end. So thank you again, and I think that's enough. I gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tabbitt. Clerk, Ponser Kamkar.
Thank you, President Weisberg. All right, I've got some groupings here. Annalee and Janice, I said a lot earlier, but just congratulations on the many accomplishments of the mock trial team this year. And thank you for coming and sharing your experience and encouraging us to support you. That advocacy is really important. Mr. Flores and Ms. Maslick, so thank you. It does really mean a lot, I think, to us, to staff, to hear your support for Ms. Barsgar. It's a really we're really excited to have Ms. Markison at central office. I think she's going to do a great job with student services. Anytime we have a principal leave a school, we start to get a little anxious about what does that mean for the next school leader there. And I think I felt good about the decision before, but hearing from staff members, I feel better, even better about it. So I'm really excited to see what she'll do, and it's good to hear from you. Ms. Francisco, I know you had to leave, but thank you for pulling together the packet that you distributed. I'd like to ask for an agenda item on this in the next closed session so that we can follow up on it. And I'm sure that Ms. Rodchenko will do so. And similarly, for Ms. Bauer, I'd like an update on this litigation in our next closed session. I remember you coming sometime last year. And so I think this is something that we haven't been updated on in a while. But I can't say much more than that, other than to say that I'm sorry that your family has been dealing with this. Mr. Sarna and Mr. Dionysian, thank you for your support of our schools and for our facilities in particular. To the point about getting a campaign started, I think we've all been anxious for that to get moving. I think even since you came, Mr. Sarna, last fall, I think when we were talking about potentially putting it on the primary ballot. So I'm excited to get that moving. I am not up for re-election this year, and I will have a lot of time on my hands in the fall, so I plan to be very annoyingly actively involved in getting this bond passed. And lastly, Mr. Hawk, I will be there on Saturday. I'm really looking forward to this. I think it sounds like a really fun event, and I think my kids are really going to enjoy it, and I look forward to the Burbank Community Band. Check it out. Everybody come. Say hi. It's free. And it's free. It's amazing.
Dr. Agakanian.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Mazak, thank you very much for your wonderful comments. And it's always it's always great to hear, people thinking of us and once in a while thanking us. I know as you said it's a thankless position we have, but at the same time, we appreciate all the positive support that we can get. Mr. Sarna, thank you very much. I said this years ago that one of the major reasons people move to Burbank and endure all this expensive rent or lease or whatever, it's because of our schools. And I think I stand by it. I said it first time I ran when I was being interviewed by the Realtors Board, and I'll say it again. It is the reason. If not the main reason, one of the top, at least 2 or 3. And I think we need to keep that. And I think today and tonight what we saw with all our students, it's a testament of how well this system works and how well the Burbank Unified operates. But we are a family here, and I think even during last night's joint meeting with the council, we all know each other. We all work together. So my hope is that, we continue this, and because it's about the future of not only our kiddos, but the future of Burbank itself as a city. And then last but least, not last, but Mr. Hawk, thank you very much. I'm very supportive of this. Unfortunately, I have a previous commitment, so I can't be there. I know you're going to be there, so enjoy it, because I did get the email. I look forward, but again, anyone that can go, please, it's free. And last but not least, regarding the goddess comment. So my mother is a woman of few words, but whenever she speaks, I listen. So when I got married, as I was walking out the door, because in my culture, when you're gone, you walk out the door. She said one of those wise words to me. She said, remember, your soon-to-be wife is the goddess and princess of the universe. I'm translating. Your job is to serve her. Don't argue with her. You'll never win. And yeah. and with someone who teaches business, you look at the laws. There's a whole section on this about the laws that we have to obey as a society, because you are correct. Systematically and historically, women have been discriminated against. And they still make 80 cents to $1 compared to a man. But the good news, in 2 years, women will surpass men in education. So yes, let us celebrate, and let us, remember who the goddesses are. That's it. Thank you, Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Agakanian. Okay, thank you to everybody for coming down, to Miss Kim and Miss Luca, the students from mock trial. Holy bananas. And it was amazing to see all of the students come up and speak, and the eloquence and poise with which they spoke. I mean, it's to Mr. Diamond's point. I can't remember if you said it or he said it, but that whether or not you want to go into law, the ability to effectively communicate an idea, a thought, is something you're going to need for the rest of your life. And so to me, it's an enviable skill. I cannot wait to come to some scrimmages. I like that the verbiage around mock trial is kind of football-y. So thank you to you for your advocacy and for sticking with this. And it sounds like we'll be able to have future conversations about, I can't imagine, I am hopeful, I'm not going to say I can't imagine, I am hopeful that being able to, at least in the meantime, secure a space for you, a classroom for you, which isn't going to cost money, is something that we can do much sooner rather than later, and then continue to work on bigger and better moving forward, because it's important, and these are the programs that define our students' lives. So thank you. Let's see. Mr. Hawk is like a warm hug in the form of a human. Like, that guy is so nice. It's just really exciting to see the kind of amazing community we have in Burbank. It's one of the things that makes us so unique, and he's taken a lot of time to come down and share with us, and I'm appreciative to him very much. Mr. Sarna, thank you for coming down. It's really great. So Mr. Sarna, Arno's brother, Andre, is often here. We have these amazing, and I owe you an apology. I thought you had graduated. You should have spoken right at the top, and I apologize. Next time you'll go first. I got faulty information. Which is because you sound so mature. We figured. But it's amazing to see a wide range. We have people who used to work in the district who have come back because they're passionate about it. It's people who are still learning in the district, people who are employed by the district but are doing well beyond what their job description outlines. If you look around our phenomenal, let's talk about Ms. Grenay for a second, talk about going above and beyond the job description. You're like the poster child. So, you really are. So this room is a testament to the investment and the reason why BUSD is such a phenomenal place, just by the people who are in it. And even our parent community who often come down with really serious concerns. I think they do that because they know that they're going to be heard. And that's the kind of environment we want, which makes me think about Ms. Maslick's comments. And it's interesting, I got a couple of text messages after the PTA exec committee. I wasn't there. Dr. Paramo was this past time, and just sort of very much in the theme of what you brought up. Just, it's so amazing to be able to have conversations about budget now in a way that feels understandable. I feel like I'm being heard. I really feel like for the first time in a long time, negotiations have been easier. There's been stronger partnerships with our union members. And I really think it's a testament to Dr. Paramo. And not just Dr. Paramo, the entire team. Mr. Cantwell, Dr. Knapik, everybody. Dr. Anders back there, Dr. Macias, all the doctors, every doctor and non-doctors. But I think one of the things that's extraordinary about Dr. Paramo is that real leaders surround themselves with people who have different skill sets and strengths, and then they elevate those people. And I think you can see that just in our board meetings. So it hasn't even been a year that Dr. Paramo has been our superintendent. And we have a long way to go, but I think where we have come from June to now is remarkable. And I wouldn't want anybody else leading our district through the next X number of years. So, I appreciate Ms. Maslick. It's like I don't know what to do with myself when people say nice things. But I also think more than us, Dr. Paramo gets the brunt of it all day, every day. And just want him to know how deeply appreciative we all are of him and his leadership. I'm going to go faster. thank you to Clerk Ponser-Kamkar. I'm looking forward to having a more robust conversation in closed session about the issue that Ms. Francisco brought forward. I've had the opportunity to meet one of her sons, who's an extraordinary human being, and has advocated really passionately about student mental health. So I know how wonderful her sons are, and it's clear the investment that she makes in them. And Ms. Bauer, I'm glad that Ms. Ponser-Kamkar also asked for us to get an update on the litigation. It sucks when we can't have longer conversations, but, you know, to echo Dr. Paramo, I can see the weight on you, and please know that we see that, and even if we can't say anything because of all the legal parameters, we do care. Let's see. So lastly, just about the bond, and Arno, we can continue the conversation, but it's interesting. I was watching a documentary today about Alex Jones and Sandy Hook. I don't know if anybody's seen this. He's that InfoWars conspiracy theorist who talked about how Sandy Hook never happened, and this is a guy who made his living off of lying and manipulating people. It's really terrible stuff. The documentary is good, recommend it. But I was thinking a lot about fear-driven activities, and when people manipulate truth, when they lie, when they prey on people's anxiety, whether it's economic anxiety, whether it's social or cultural anxiety, whatever it is, and how pervasive that is in our community right now, that people are grabbing hold of the things that scare us and twisting us into knots. One of the things, though, that's been really powerful about our conversations regarding the bond, for example, is the strength of our community and the intelligence of our community to understand what we're actually asking for and not to be manipulated by fear and misinformation and outright lies. Because, to your point, Arno, when we invest in our schools, we invest in our city, we invest in our students, we invest in our future, we invest in the safety of our city. The list goes on and on. But part of the reason I think things were a little slow to launch, to Mr. Sarna's point, is that we really wanted to make sure that we built strong community foundations because, to quote Mr. Sarna, there's no way to do it without that. So I know that we'll be bringing a resolution forward very, very soon, and looking to bring community members forward. And I just want to encourage people to continue operating from that place of factual information and truth, and know that what we're talking about is the continuation of a bond that already exists. We're already paying it, and it is not hundreds of millions of dollars that we're ripping out of the pockets of our community. But in fact, it will be a continuation. And no matter how well people balance a budget, when you have a district as large as ours and you have repairs in the realm of $1.2 billion, no matter how much money you may or may not have been putting away, you can't anticipate changes to an ever-changing educational world, to a crazy amount of rain that we've experienced this year that we haven't, I don't know the last time we've had this much rain. So I just want to encourage people to continue with the sort of intelligent, thought-driven analysis, not only of the bond, but just the district in general. Ask questions, challenge us. Mr. Cantwell is beyond capable. Dr. Paramo is beyond capable. Our board is beyond capable of answering those. But our number one priority is making sure that our teachers and our staff and our students have safe places in which to learn. And that as we move forward, we also make sure that we secure a revenue stream in order to make sure our teachers and our staff are getting paid what they deserve. So please keep asking questions, and I am confident that by and large, our community is full of intelligent, thoughtful, curious, inquisitive people who are not going to be swayed by the manipulations of a few people. So thank you again to all of our speakers. I look forward to continued conversations. And, you know, as I said to the mock trial students, don't wait until a board meeting. Reach out to us at any point. Let us know your thoughts, your concerns. If you want to get involved in any number of things that we're doing as a board, we're stronger when you work with us. So I look forward to that. We are going to move on to item 12. Reports to the board. So first up is report on BUSD academic performance indexes. I'll introduce Dr. Knapik, who is going to show a PowerPoint. And friends, I just want to take a brief second to sing the praises of Dr. Robin Anders for just a brief moment. I don't know if you've had a chance to, I don't know if these are available, but this is the most beautiful. It's gorgeous. I can't wait to have a conversation about this, but this is in the weeds, intense time. It is just, it's exciting, and we're so lucky to have people like Dr. Anders who are guiding us with this kind of data. Ms. Ponser-Kampkar needs to talk about data for a second.
I like gasped when I saw this. I was so excited. I'm really excited to not only to dive into this, but that we're sharing this with our community in a really transparent way, in a way that's, I think, pretty digestible, even for folks who are not steeped in like, what's CASP versus 3s and 4s versus whatever. Like, I think this is so great. I love it so much. Thank you so much for all the work you did. Thank you to Lucy Bowers for putting in amazing work here. So, thank you.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Paramo, senior staff, and the Burbank school community. It is with great pleasure this evening that I introduce Dr. Robin Anders, who is going to share with us a multi-year academic performance presentation. It's going to be a seminal piece within our school district, and so with that, I don't want to steal any of Dr. Anders' thunder, so I'll turn it over to Dr. Anders.
Thank you, Dr. Knapik. Good evening, everyone. A lot to share in these slides, but I don't have a lot to say. I want the data to speak for itself and let people come to their conclusions or be informed because of it. I also want to thank Lucy Bowers. What I gave to the board is a brochure that we'll be publishing to our website very soon, tomorrow in fact. And this is a work in progress. But what we want to do is make information digestible and available and be very
Dr. Anders, can you hold for just 1 second? I want to make sure Dr. Agakanian hears this really important report.
Okay. So we want to really be transparent about how we're doing as a district. And so this was a combination of Dr. Paramo and Dr. Linda Young's discussion about how do we present our data and continue to have conversations about our student performance and make that a focus and priority, make sure that those are the discussions we're having not only as school district officials, but at these school board meetings. And so this is the culmination of some of that work. It's also a kickoff to what we hope to have as a continuous conversation about our students' performance and our academics in Burbank Unified School District. So we start with math, and we're looking at some metrics. This slide here is a little bit of analysis and context when it comes to the data that we're looking at. What we do is we look at our California dashboard as well and identify areas or subgroups that are identified on that dashboard that we are already aware of but need to just want to be transparent about where we can continue to grow and where there's gaps in performance that we can close. We also look at our success indicators and our grade distributions and the work that we've been doing with teachers and PLCs, various professional development on equity and grading, and identifying ways to support students in making the grade to progress in their courses. Local context, it was brought up again tonight that the influx of English learners in our classrooms, that we're continuing to monitor that and adjust and be flexible with not only our budgeting, but also our focus for professional development and where we can provide resources for classrooms. And then lastly, continued investigation and looking at our local benchmarks. A lot of these have been rewritten since distance learning, and so we're in the first couple cycles of administering them. It's also a really vigorous and academic dialogue about rigor that our teachers are having, and making sure our students are meeting grade level standards, and looking at, are we writing the correct questions, and the questions that we're writing, are they asking for the right information from our students? So this is informing not only our teaching in what we see as assessment scores, but it's informing our understanding of the standards and how we're teaching them. And then, and that's through that PLC work that we work on through vertical alignment, and especially when it comes to number sense and math mindset. So with that, the bulk of the presentation are slides where we look at each grade level. And what you'll see is we started with grade level 3 all the way through grade 12. Intentionally, with starting with 3, we have what we think is valid data to look at that grade level. And previous to grade 3, there's a lot of foundational skills that are being that are being established. Excuse me. We looked specifically at CAS proficiency, and then we looked at end of year standards-based grades. And these are just the math grades of the number of students that are receiving 3s and 4s. 3s and 4s meaning they've demonstrated proficiency or some sort of mastery of the math standards. And then also our local benchmarks, which are primarily iReady. Looking at the same in grade 4, and what we included in these graphs is trend lines so that we can identify where we're making progress or what the trend is from year to year. So we're looking at multiple years of scores, and we finally feel that out of distance learning and our pandemic that we have multiple years worth of data that is valid, that we really can have an accurate accounting of how our students are doing. As we go through grade 5, I'm gonna highlight that our 3s and 4s from 18-19 through 2022 to 23, where are situations where we're seeing different cohorts go through our school system. So keeping in mind every year a new batch of 5th graders. So one of the things that we are also interested in, and we can look specifically at CAS scores at this, is the growth within a cohort as they progress 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So that's a measure that we're also considering adding or looking at. Continuing on, we're looking at grade 6 now. And the trend lines there. I'm going to move through the next couple just so people can digest this information as it's published in tonight's agenda. Math 7 is a very challenging year when it comes to math. A lot of new concepts are introduced in Math 7. And so this is some work that we've been doing with our algebra project as we branch down. Some of the successes we've seen in our high school work through CalEd Partners is now trickling down into our middle schools. And we've done a lot of that work this year, so we're excited to see what Math 7 looks like at the close of this year and be able to report out on some of that work. Same with Math 8. Math 8 is another challenging year going into high school, especially for middle school math. So we typically see students perform well 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and then it gets kind of challenging with new concepts in math in grades 7 and 8. High school, we shift our focus slightly from CAS proficiency to look at A through G credits on track. So what that initial first metric is looking at is just A through G coursework and the grade distribution of students that are passing that coursework or those requirements as they go through. And so we're looking just at 9th graders and how they're doing in A through G coursework by grade levels. So just 9th grade on this one. We also look at students passing at a C or better in all of their math coursework. And then the math local benchmarks, which is different at high school. We're no longer using iReady by the time we get to high school for that local data. We're using our district benchmarks specifically that are written by our teachers as well. Tenth grade, some fluctuation. You'll see later in the presentation, 10th grade is a unique year for our students. When they get to A through G, our A through G data, There's a lot of rigor in all of their coursework when it comes to 10th. So it's really stepping up to the next level with the type of courses that the students are taking in 10th grade. 11th grade, what we're seeing and starting to trend a little bit in high school is we see a significance in the difference between our grade distributions and our local benchmarks. So that's worth investigating, especially when we get to the higher level math courses and some of the coursework that they're doing at those grade levels. By then they're taking Algebra 2, AP Stats, some pretty intense coursework. And then our 12th grade, again, similar. We do have a smaller sample size by the time we get to 12th grade. We don't have the same population taking math classes when we get to our senior year. But still a high rate of kids being able to pass that coursework, either A through G or else. Going to transition to English Language Arts as our second subset of criteria or metrics that we're looking at. Again, areas of improvement, we're looking at subgroups identified through the California dashboard and being cognizant of our students that are either English learner, SED, foster youth, and monitoring them. Reading comprehension and informational text and narrative, our students do score well on English language arts, so we've always been, had historically high scores in English language arts and math, especially when it comes to vocabulary, fluency, and other subsets of that subject. The one area that we've always been able to identify for some growth is in comprehension, both informational text and narrative. Successes, we have a lot of subgroups that have done really well, and green or blue on the California dashboard is as good as you can get. The California dashboard measures not only current status, but also growth. And so that's where you get to those higher colors, showing that you're not only performing high academically, but also continuing to grow. Local context, again, this is one that's very challenging as well with our English learners. They are able to be exempted from state testing and CAS scores in their first year as an immigrant, but they're expected to be completely proficient just in 2 years. So as we see a lot of students, we're making really good progress that's not in this data tonight, but reclassifying students to be English proficient. But that's still different than being proficient or at grade level with English language arts on CASP assessments. Yeah.
Quick clarifying question. As far as unduplicated pupils, there's no differentiation between our immigrant English language learners and our English language learners, just period, right? Even though they require two different, completely different set.
The one additional subgroup that the state is including going forward is LTELs, which is long-term English learners. They're going to look specifically at that subgroup. They haven't previously.
But what defines a long-term?
6 years. We as a district, we never really have any students that are English learners for more than 5 or 6 years.
Right. So, okay.
So it's not really a subgroup that is in our district, but other districts do have that. Continued investigation, I had alluded to this, but with higher level math, but also at across the board in English language arts, of looking at our local assessments, where this is one area that we will be transitioning, especially at middle school, back to some assessments that we've established and create with our own teachers to administer. So again, the key metrics at the elementary level are CASP proficiency, the state assessment, 3s and 4s at the end of the year, the standards-based grades just for English language arts, and then local benchmark data, which is our iReady assessment that we use K through 8 currently. Jumping through a couple as we break down each grade, again, just wanted to be transparent, every single grade level within the district of where we are year by year with these metrics. Grade 6, one piece that's gonna, we're gonna have to adjust for as we continue to report out on this is at middle school, we are currently in the process of designing new benchmarks that we will give locally at middle school. So it won't be the same assessment historically going forward, but we'll find a way to make sure that we can report out on that accurately. And we also moved to C or better with our grade distributions. So again, we're always hovering in the 90s or better with the students that are able to make the grade in middle school. Grade 7, again, there's at least on the CASP assessment, some investigation as far as the downward trend from 18-19 to where we are. Again, that's a pre-pandemic 18-19 subset. So we looked at that specifically because we wanted to be able to adjust for where we were pre-pandemic to where we are in the last 2 years. Grade 8 holding pretty steady. Grade 9, we transitioned back in our first metric here to A through G credits on track. So we're looking at, again, English coursework by grade level and the pass rates or grade distribution for students when it comes to A through G, specifically A through G, coursework only. And then the middle one is how each grade level is doing in all coursework. I mean English coursework, not just A through G. I'm going to jump ahead to what I would like to get to is analysis of the A through G requirements.
Sorry, Dr. Anders, can we ask a couple questions on that data first?
Yep.
This is awesome. As I said, I'm super excited about this. I know you're shocked. So I had a couple just like clarifying questions. That one's not a clarifying question, Abby. So when we're talking about the math A to G on like grade 9 math and what we were just talking about, is that all of their A to G, or so it's not just the math A to G courses? It's just generally, are they on track for? Yeah. Okay, got it. And when we talk about just, you talked a little bit about how certainly in the later grades, the local benchmarks don't necessarily align with grades. We also see that like CASP proficiency doesn't really align with 3s and 4s in elementary school, right? And so, I make up that elementary grades are much more consistently about mastery and less about kind of like participation and homework and all of that. So is that like a disconnect on alignment of standards? Is that disconnect on what CASP is testing? Is it just testing is a bummer? Like, what do you make up is going on there?
I think that's an amazing question, and I'd like to offer my thoughts on this. We all know, based on research, that if you really are going to analyze data, you need to triangulate and you need to use 3 data pieces. That becomes really problematic. Because what are we consistently doing across grade levels, right? And how are we going to find 3 different measures that have commonality? I want to state for the record that using grades is subjective to some degree, and people will say that. And my response is absolutely, absolutely. But when you see 3 data pieces side by side, it starts to tell a story. So if I got an A in my AP English class and I got an A in my district benchmark, but I'm an 11th grader and I got the lowest score possible on the CASP test, clearly I just blew that off. And many students do, because that test is not high stakes, and it's not something that I don't need it for college. It's not going to affect my grade. They don't necessarily take it seriously. The flip side of that is you can have someone score really high on that. You can have someone score really, really high on their district benchmarks, but they're getting really low grades. Well, why? It tells a story. All of that tells a story. And the reason why I think it's so important, why grades need to be there, is for this reason. Our counselors and our kids are programmed into the right classes. The coursework they're taking is A through G all the way. So why is our A through G not climbing fast enough? Well, we've taken care of several issues when it comes to curriculum. For example, we now have world language at the middle school, which is helping us meet A through G for world language. We now are no longer having geoscience as the freshman science course. We have bio, which is a UC approved class, right? Those things we're doing really well. We have had incredible success with Algebra 1, which implies that our kids are going to do better in Algebra 2, and that was one of the things that we were really having trouble meeting A through G. So where's the adjustment now? Where do we need to go to improve this? Well, I'm gonna tell you where. It's that we have kids taking the right classes, but so many of them getting a D, which is disqualifying them. And that number is huge. If those kids were not getting a D, our A through G rate would be going through the roof. So we need to really look at that. We have to have conversations about that, and we need to work. We have to work with students for sure. I think we also need to have conversations with teachers about that. And I think you're absolutely right. I think you're on the mark with elementary grades and that really being about content and content knowledge. We're starting to make strides, particularly math and Algebra 1 with rubric grading. And I'm hoping that that is going to have some positive momentum, and we're going to have more and more of our teachers doing that.
Thanks. Yeah, that's something that I remember from the algebra project presentation, was talking about the rubric grading. And it's funny because I looked at this and I thought, like, well, how many people are going to know what 3s and 4s means? And then I remembered that my first grader comes home and tells me whether she got a 3 or a 4 on things. So they know, especially by the time they get into 3rd grade. One other thing on this is, I asked about that. I know, not in like the beautiful booklet, but I know that one thing that we've talked about before is if the local indicators are kind of iReady and 3s and 4s are grades, are you all looking in cabinet or with principals at kind of what your kind of current level is on some of these things? Because I know one of the things that you mentioned when we looked at last year's CASP data was like the predictability of iReady to the state testing. So is that something that you're incorporating here as you guys are thinking about this? And I guess just like a broader question of like, how are you using this kind of triangulation with principals and like in coaching and collaboration?
Sure, I can speak to when both CASP and iReady, we get a little more detailed information from iReady currently. CASP is catching up to where they were prior to the pandemic, and this year will be the first year that we get a little more detail with each individual kid's score. But we look at areas, even within a score of a kid being proficient, they may be proficient in some areas within that subject, but then not other areas. So they're giving an overall proficiency, but we're looking at number sense, number awareness, geometric portions of math. When it comes to English language arts, we're looking at vocabulary and then comprehension, fluency, all those different things. So that was where I had shared, especially with iReady, we're looking at some of the deficits of not just where we're doing well, but where kids can do better. And we're correlating that too with the conversations about what we're assessing in classrooms, so that we are aligning our assessments and what we are grading on to what they're going to see on the CASP assessments as well. Aside from that, the iReady diagnostic, we give at the beginning of the year and we give at the end of the year, and most students participate in the middle of the year as well. So we're using that to make data-driven decisions about what we're teaching and how we're teaching. The data here is really just looking at how they performed at the end of the year on that assessment.
But to answer your question, when we do Principals Institute in June, the whole focus is to give our principals all the academic data they need for their school. and then have them work together in June to look at where their school is, where they can set goals, and then they have all summer to plan that, so that when the teachers come back and students come back in August, they're ready to go with their academic plan. So, for me, the vision is we need a benchmark. Where are we going to start? So this is the benchmark. So every single year, this book is going to get updated with the next year's score, and we can see the data over time. So when we get people who come up to the board and say, how are we doing academically? Where are the areas where we can do better? It's in the book. And we want to be transparent about it, because everything we do is about teaching and learning. And we want our kids to learn. We want them to achieve at a very high rate. So let's make it public. This is where we are. And this is what we need to work on. And this is what we're doing great in. And go from there.
I also wonder if we've explored, I know iReady is really popular with elementary and less so in secondary. And I was talking to some of the phenomenal math teachers at Huerta, and they talked about IXL as a really wonderful tool, especially with our English learners. And so I wonder, as we're trying to tackle a growing population of students who are at various levels of English proficiency, and one teacher in a room with 1s, 2s, and 3s. If perhaps exploring, speaking with some of these amazing teachers and exploring an IXL, not in the places where it's working, but in the places where perhaps it's not as well, like those tools can also help bolster our students and their learning.
Yeah, we've investigated quite a few. So there's Renaissance, there's STAR, there's IXL, there's a handful of programs out there. IXL is kind of in a nutshell, a little more mature than an iReady, so the kids are more inclined to engage with it. But it does a lot of the same idea of giving some sort of diagnostic, then giving tailored lessons for the student to complete based on how they perform on that. But that's really just to supplement good first instruction. So what we encourage teachers to use that to do is to be able to use that for small group instruction, so that they can work. Some kids can work in iReady or IXL while they do small group instruction with other students in the classroom. It's also a very good tier 2 intervention piece that a school can utilize, so that they can have pull-out time for students to work in that program that are demonstrating not only on the assessment, but also in their classes that they're struggling to keep up with grade level standards. Mm-hmm. These are all great questions, and the point of this was not for me to come up here and talk about slides, but to have this conversation, so I appreciate the questions. We get the presentation back up. I'm going to jump back into A through G requirements, because this has been a piece that we've been wanting to really closely monitor as a district. So this is some unique data that we haven't really looked at prior, and this is looking at multiple years of our grade levels, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, in our A through G course pass rate by grade and by grade level. And you can see our students there's been some decline in our students' ability at all grade levels from 1920 to where we are last year in getting a C or better in their A through G courses. We're going to break that down further. This next slide is not by grade level, but now looking at the pass rate of students by A through G criteria. So this is all students in their English courses, math, history, and then language as 4 of the categories that are part of A through G, and how they've been doing over the past 3 years being able to pass that coursework. You can see we're usually hovering between around 80% to 90% in most of these categories. Next slide identifies elective, A through G coursework, lab science, visual and performing arts, A through G coursework, and then the very last one is all A through G coursework pass rate for students. Reason why we took a lot of time to look at pass rates of our A through G coursework is that, like Dr. Promo said, we have all the pieces in place to schedule kids into A through G courses. It's not a counseling issue. It's not a coursework issue with our district. It's really kids not passing with a C or better in one of these areas and then getting curtailed or off track to be A through G completer. And so it's important to notice, when we're passing kids with 80% or better, why is our A through G rate not 80%? And it's because it only takes that one course through the process of 4 years in a school that's going to throw you off that track. And so being able to support students and closely monitor kids that are only 1 or 2 course completions away, that maybe have 1 or 2 Ds, and helping them make sure that they remediate or stay on track if they're close to getting that D. So here's some A through G problem areas that are really interesting for anybody who likes to get really nerdy about this stuff, and I know you guys do. The following have pass rates of C or better lower than 83%. So these are the exact, very specific courses where we need to put some attention into. 9th grade electives, which is a little bit surprising. You wouldn't think electives, but in 9th grade, that's an area where we have some students struggling to pass their A through G coursework. Those could be like practical arts or fine arts courses.
Do you think that has to do with the sort of a student not taking that class as seriously as your sort of like more standard classes?
We discussed this once before. Sometimes they're counseled to put more energy towards another class that's harder to make up later in their high school career.
Sure.
But then again, our kids' schedules are always very impacted year in, year out. So losing an opportunity to pass a class that you're going to need as a requirement is always a missed opportunity.
Absolutely.
10th grade English, last handful of years, that's an area. So I don't know that that's an indication that 10th grade English is that much more challenging than the other grade levels. That's just the year that's very impacted for students' schedules. So they're spread thin in being able to give all the attention they need to in all their coursework. But it's worth keeping track of that's an area of 10th grade. 10th grade science, again, same thing. And specifically science. This is going to shift a little bit though, because like Dr. Pramod said, we've made a change in our progression to start having all students start in biology in 9th grade. And so I would guess that we see this number drop, and we start to see 9th grade become a potential issue for A through G science. And then the most pressing issue across all these is really, I forgot 11th grade science as well. But I want to get to the mathematics. So this is why we've done a lot of the work we've done with Algebra Project and branch it into Geometry Algebra 2 and start working downwards into Math 8, Math 7 at our middle schools, is because we're going to get the most A through G bang for our buck if we can start to help students pass their math class. That's overwhelmingly, you can see 9th, 10th, 11th, and over the past 3 years, that's an area where we have some of our lowest pass rates for students. So we've done the analysis, we know where our issues are, we are doing the work. It's just continuing and staying on track and not getting derailed in what we're trying to do. That's all the data that I wanted to present today. I got a little overzealous with the title of the report because I said indexes. And these are really more metrics that we're looking at tonight. So one of the things that I'd like to bring forward is that we establish an index that takes these 3 criteria, or these 3 key points of data, and combine them into one score that we can look at for each grade level, and then a score for the district. The state used to do something like this called API a long time ago, and I think that it's not necessarily anything that we can hang our hat on, but it is a very simplified way for us to see, are we making growth and are we progressing as a district? So that was one of the ideas I'd like to bring forward tonight as far as getting this, feedback on establishing an index or something like that using these metrics that we've shared. The other piece is getting input and feedback on including other metrics that make this more MTSS, of looking at attendance rates, discipline, and some other components that we can look at to make sure we're supporting the whole child, not just academically. So those are considerations that we'd like to make and then incorporate into our booklet. And for those that are excited about the booklet, It's all information that's already published on our website, so this is not information that's new other than the data that was included in tonight's presentation. But what it is a quick guide to know what our curriculum is, what we see as essential objectives or standards for each grade level or skills that we need to be teaching. So it's a really quick guide for anybody to be immediately familiar with our academic performance and what we are doing to teach and provide our learners the best instruction in our classrooms.
I believe Ms. Ponser-Kamkar may have some questions.
Yeah, no, I love, so one of the things that I love about this is like the inclusion of the skills that are important for each grade, because I think that's really important for, you know, even, I'm not a particularly young parent, but even young parents who have more recently been in school than I was, like, you don't necessarily remember what you were supposed to learn in third grade. And like, even when I look at my daughter's homework, I'm like, oh, really? This is algebra, guys. So I love this idea of an index. One of the things that might be helpful, although it is more difficult to explain, is this idea of growth at like an individual student scale, right? And so I know you mentioned we're getting kind of better data from CASP now. I know there's features in iReady to kind of show like our students making growth at kind of like at a typical level, they each get goals every year. Are they meeting their stretch goals? Like, I've spent too much time thinking about iReady data, frankly. But it might be an interesting thing to incorporate into that index, because I think one of the things that is helpful, especially as we're looking at having lots of students that are newcomers and English learners, is to show that we're able to catch those students up, right? And I think we should take credit for the fact that I think we are catching those students up really quickly. And right now that's really only going to show in our like English learner reclassification rate, rather than the fact that we've been able to bring a student who wasn't able to communicate up to proficiency in English in a number of years, right? So that's the only thing I would encourage on the index, but I like that idea a lot. But again, like how we explain that to people can be tricky. But even using just like how many years of our children, you know, making more than a year worth of growth, et cetera, I think might be helpful for folks to understand.
Yeah, iReady excels in what you're describing. It's a little more difficult with CASP, but we can look at if we are having students move proficiency bands or performance bands. There's a mechanism to do that, so I like that idea.
Oh, Mr. Ferguson. Ms. Tabbit, did you have something?
So, first of all, thank you. I am equally excited about the said book, and the book is available on. It won't be available online.
It's going to be published tomorrow.
Fantastic, great. Just verifying that. So it won't be a part of the board packet, but it will be on the website. So just for folks, I've got a few PTA folks who are texting, so they're very eager about your publication. We'll do signings. That's right. You know. As we're looking at this, you know, it seems to be that we're plotting very accurately where the problems are going to be. We seem to, you know, the question is like, does our current academic schedule provide enough flexibility to answer it? And that is, I think, where I would like to see us kind of talk long term, Dr. Anders. And are we going to need to make a pivot soon in order to meet this goal and meet this goal aggressively, and allow people the kind of flexibility to go do the practical arts and things like that. This is that kind of town. So if that's the case, I would rather see that movement happen proactively and now, and be planned for, and rolled out over a long term and told, than us wait much longer. So we see what's happening. We see where the problems are going to be. We might as well jump, because funding is going to get only harder, and it helps tell the story of our kids, I think, a little bit more. So. But agree with other points from colleagues. Thank you, Dr. Anders, for all this work. It's incredible.
I'd like to make a quick comment. I feel, for me, what it feels like is we're starting to come into a degree of alignment that I'm hoping carries us a long way as we move through the next several years and hopefully see growth in our academic areas. What I'd really like to work with the board on is focusing our board goals on student outcomes. And I shared this with Dr. Weisberg the other day. If you look at the work of AJ Crable, he narrows this down. It's very narrow. He suggests that our focus be on third grade literacy, middle school math, and in high school being on track. It doesn't need to be that narrow, but those are areas where we should really focus on. Brought this up to elementary principals, and they got very excited about third grade literacy and the data points and how to track that. So it's just something that I would offer to the board as something to think about as we move forward.
Thank you. So this is a question comment, and I don't think answerable tonight. So for future conversation, I don't think it has to be an agenda item just yet. But in reference to Dr. Anders, you talking about sort of thinking more holistically about the students, something that I noticed in the areas of improvement was the decline in foster youth. Not them in decline, but like academically in decline. And so I would love to see again, this is not a please this very second, but it would be helpful to be able to see a little bit more breakout as far as like our different unduplicated pupil groups. So like because then that gives us the ability to say why are we seeing such a decline in our foster youth? Is this an issue of, then we can think about, is it unreliable? And whatever it is. So that would be something that I think would be really helpful for us, and definitely want to fold into our board goals along with, I think narrow is not bad, but I think we also need to be thinking holistically about it. So I'm thankful to you for bringing that up. Addendum. I just like saying that word.
Challenge with foster is it's a transient population. So sometimes the population we're serving one year is not the same population we're serving next year.
No question. But I think identifying that gives us an opportunity to figure out what tools we have that can address those issues. So thank you again to you and to Ms. Bowers. Do any of my board colleagues have any other? This is the best booklet I've ever seen. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Before we move forward, I'd like to ask the board if they would be open to moving. I know we have to do the public hearing because legally, but then I would like to move to 14C. This very patient, phenomenal, amazing family has waited 3 hours and 20 minutes, as have two of our amazing librarians. So if people are open to it, I'd love to just bump that right after the public hearing, and then everyone can go home and go to sleep, with my sincere apologies. Oh, no. Yeah, free pass, Board of Education says. And if there's a test, you already have an A. Okay, so we'll move to 13A, public hearing, approximately 7:30. 7:30 somewhere. Public hearing of the district's initial proposal for the 2024-2025 amendment to the current collective bargaining agreement with Burbank Teachers Association. I will open the public hearing and announce that public comment is allowed. I will fight you. I won't. I will graciously accept any public comment you would like to make. Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing. Moving on to, so once that's done, can I move to okay, so we're going to move to 14C. Can you believe it? It's here. Adoption of Resolution 25 proclaiming April 24th, 2024 as the Burbank Unified School District's Day of Commemoration of the Armenian Genocide of 1915 to 1923. I believe Dr. Macias is back in business, who is going to introduce the phenomenal Alicia Feldman-Boot. And I believe there's a PowerPoint. And remind me of our fabulous student's name.
Alan Delanian.
Thank you, Mr. Delanian. It's so good to see you.
Are we ready? You're ready. Okay. So, good evening, school board members, Superintendent Promo, and district staff. It is an honor to be here on National School Librarians Day. The Burbank Unified School District librarians, thank you for the opportunity to offer some choices for books that will shine a light on the Armenian Genocide and commemorate its victims as we resolve to make April 24th a day of commemoration of the Armenian Genocide. So here to present our book suggestions is the very fabulous Burbank High student, Alan Delanian.
All right. Good evening, school board members, superintendent Pramo, and district staff. Բարի երեկո դպրոցի խորհրդի անդամներ, վերահսկիչ Pramo եւ տարածաշրջանի աշխատակազմ. So, growing up in Armenia, the Armenian Genocide has been and will be a huge piece in my history, and I thank you for this opportunity to offer some book suggestions that will help to spread awareness of the Armenian Genocide. So, for our high school students, we recommend Like Water on Stone by Dana Walrath. This historical fiction book is written in verse. It offers a blending of magical realism with lyrical free verse. This is an intense survival story of 3 siblings caught up in the horrific events of the Armenian Genocide of 1915. We also have The Road from Home, a true story of courage, survival, and hope by David Khertian. This award-winning nonfiction book is told in the voice of the author's mother, Veron Dumehjian, a survivor of the Armenian Genocide. So for our middle to high school students, we have Forgotten Fire by Adam Baghdasaryan. This is a library favorite, and this heartbreaking novel describes events in the life of an Armenian teenager, Vahan Kenderian, whose life of privilege and comfort is upended by the Armenian Genocide in 1915. And for our youngest readers, we have Lost Words by Leila Burkrem and Sona Avadikian. Based on a true family story, Lost Words follows a young boy's journey as he and his sisters are driven from their home in Armenia. This is a difficult but important story to hear, and it is an inspiring picture book that honors the resilience of the Armenian people. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to recommend a book that simply celebrates Armenian culture. It is for elementary readers, called Babo, A Tale of Armenian Rug Washing by Astrid Kumalian. Each year, Tato looks forward to washing the family rugs with her Babo, grandmother. With bubbles and suds, Tato and her siblings help Babo scrub the rugs clean. With bubbles and suds, Tato and her siblings help Babo scrub the rugs clean. Kumalian brings her childhood memories to life by inviting young readers to spend a day full of fun and love with an Armenian family. And I personally remember doing this with my family, which was super fun. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.
So just for you to remember, so Alan moved here when he was 12, and you've been in the Burbank school system the whole time. So well done, you. But we want to thank you, and so remember these books are available at our school libraries, but also at the public library. If you wanted to purchase these books, I don't have any affiliation, but April Books in Glendale is an Armenian book and gift store, and it's amazing. And we try to buy all of our books and support local. So we're going to say this. You ready?
Yes.
Okay.
1,
2, 3.
Շնորհակալություն
եւ բարի գիշեր. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
So I did a little bit better in the library. Thank you.
They said thank you and good night.
Շնորհակալություն եւ բարի գիշեր.
Sounded just like that.
Yeah, you did. It was amazing. I just want to thank you so much. And something that I love about the last book suggestion is that often we focus on what's happened to the Armenian community instead of also acknowledging the amazing contributions of the Armenian community culturally, academically, all the different aspects. So it's nice to include something that's a celebration of a part of the Armenian community, because often when you have this dark moment in your past, people tend to focus on that as opposed to recognizing that there's this huge, diverse, wonderful, dynamic, colorful community of people that we should also be focusing on. So I love that you included that as well. And thank you. We were talking a little bit, it's got to be really tough to try to find books focusing on Armenian genocide for young readers.
Yeah, and again, because it was Armenian genocide.
Right.
You know, but there are books with Armenian joy.
Absolutely.
And there are books that just celebrate this culture, and I want to make sure everybody knows that.
I love that, and that's why I love so much that you included that book. So thank you to you both. I know Dr. Agakanian would like to say something, and then I'll open up to all the board.
Thank you. Alan John, շատ շնորհակալություն եմ հայտնում քեզի. I'm going to say this in Armenian, I'll translate it as well. Շատ հպարտ եմ, որպեսզի հայ երիտասարդ առաջս բերած շատ կարևոր գիրքերը մեր հայ ազգի մասին, մեր ցեղասպանության մասին, բայց նույն ժամանակ էլ հիշեցնենք բոլորին, որ մենք ունենք մեր տրադիցիաները, մեր ընտանիքները։ Շատ ուզում նույն ժամանակ շնորհակալություն հայտնեմ քո ծնողին, ծնողներին։ Վստահ եմ շատ հպարտ եք ձեր զավակին։ Anyone wants to repeat now? But Mr. Ferguson here, by the way, just so you know, he does understand a lot of Armenian, so he can translate. He already understood the beginning of it. But I do appreciate these books, and I think it's not only, you know, people always think of the Armenian communities as just the genocide. Sometimes we forget we also have deep roots in not only history, but also traditions, you know. I mean, just to start, we speak 3 different dialects, just to start with. Yeah. And I happen to speak all 3 of them, which is kind of interesting. But also, I think it's good to remind people also about traditions and remind everyone, you know, especially now what's happening in the world. I mean, yesterday we were talking about this during the meeting, but all the wars happening, and it's still happening even in our country, Armenia, and other countries. I think books like Babo, it reminds you that after all, we're all human. And, you know, what differentiates us, but also makes us part of this mosaic in our community, is our traditions. You know, we have different traditions where I come from versus, you know, if you're from Armenia. I happen to be fortunate enough to have families on both sides. If you went to Armenia in the 60s, you called Hayanadars, that means you went back to the motherland. I have family who literally left everything and went back to the Soviet era so the country would stay what it is. So you can imagine how fun it gets when we get together as families, and besides the food and everything else, just the conversations itself. But also, you know, I think it's also a learning experience for everyone else as we celebrate our communities. We're very proud in Burbank to be a very diverse community. And I think the more we add to the diversity, you know, the more beautiful we are as a community. And I always remind people, it also helps you, especially now in the global worlds and markets, to really understand how different cultures operate and how to learn about the traditions as well. And I think that's something that we always talk about nowadays with social media and everything. We're forgetting about traditions. And I think this is a good way of reminding people that, yes, when you're cleaning the rug with your grandmother, you had to do it. Plus, if you want to lose weight really fast, go clean a rug with your grandmother. It's a great exercise, by the way. But, you know, as someone who, I just lost my father, some of you are aware of that, and my father always insisted on certain traditions, like Easter. We just had Easter. You know, the prayer, you know, playing the egg, you know, going to the church. You know, we used to go and show off our clothes and meet the few, you know, friends. But little things, the way you sit, the way you talk, the way you respect the elders, you know, sometimes we forget those things. And I think that's what, you know, beautifies us as a community, you know. The genocide is a tragedy. But I think, you know, I think Sarion said it best, right? When 2 Armenians get together, we start a new nation. And that's the beauty of us. And that should be a lesson to everyone else. And we also are inspired by other communities, you know. And I think that's also a fact that as human beings, ultimately, at the end of the day, we're just human beings. And I think what really prevails all of this is love. So I hope that people will love each other more. People remember that as human beings, we're not perfect, we have differences. At the end of the day, We are humans. So I really appreciate these books. It's a good, diverse selection that really, brings light to celebrating different cultures. And I like to see even different cultures bring forward more books on this. I would like to see diverse books in different communities as well, if we can do so. I know we have some of those.
For every resolution that we bring forward, we're asking our phenomenal librarians to help us in bringing forward.
yes.
So
Great idea.
So that I think that's with more notice to you. Thank you, Dr. Agakani and Mr. Ferguson.
It's amazing how far we've come on this resolution, and that is an important thing to outline, because it marks the journey of our community, I think, honestly. I've been so proud to be a student who was kind of steeped in this and who came to understand it through the experiences of my classmates and their families. I'm so grateful for the diversity we have here. I'm grateful that that diversity is actually a part of my family now. And I really think we would be, we'd be missing such a major component of who we are as a district if we didn't really celebrate it. And I've been grateful to serve this district and really see all of the students modernize this conversation and to talk about something that was over 100 years ago now, and to maintain the resolve to see it recognized by the United States government. And while saying goodbye to some of the last survivors of this genocide, that's a hard lesson. And then now to have that same population subjected to loss in Nagorno-Karabakh, just devastating. This is a community that is going through it. But like Dr. Weisberg said, I am happy to see the resolve and the joy of living continue to be presented in art and in forms of art. But this is a community we're going to have to continue to stand in solidarity with, who is going to continue to suffer for the next however long until there is real peace at home, and peace that works for folks. So my solidarity and love is always with the Armenian American community here. You all have enriched my life, have changed it fundamentally, and given me opportunities I never thought I would have this early on in my life. So, and I will always be there as a brother, as a friend, as a neighbor, and encourage people who, look at a neighbor and see something different to get to know what makes that different and enjoy that. We're all freaks, so just enjoy it. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you for the book recommendations. I'm really looking forward to diving into these. I did not grow up in Burbank. I grew up outside of Minneapolis in a very homogeneous community for the most part, right? And it wasn't until I moved, before living in Burbank, I was in Los Feliz in Little Armenia. And it really wasn't until my first Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day that I was even, I really hate to say it, like I wasn't truly aware, other than, probably a paragraph in a history textbook of what this community had been through. And so I say that to say, like, we can always keep learning. And that I really appreciate everything that I have learned so far, and that you've brought us resources to continue to keep learning, to celebrate this community, to recognize what this community has been through. And I just want to thank you for that. And I also want to just recognize that, like, I know we're still working as a district to continue to move recognition of this day forward, and making sure that we're commemorating it properly and respectfully. So, thank you.
You reminded me, by talking about living in Los Feliz, was my first, in college, my first observation in an elementary school was right there near Little Armenia, and it was just after the major earthquake, when thousands, tens of thousands of Armenians came to the United States as refugees, as a place to come to safety and find a new home. And the school was just, I mean, there was no space left. It was so impacted by the amount of Armenians that had come to live in the United States. And it was, in spite of the loss and things they had been through, there was still so much joy spread through that community. They were happy to be here and alive and provided with education. And it was a very interesting time to be part of education then. So, yes, Mr. Ferguson, you're right. It was probably 8 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, that we did the first resolution here, even though it was certainly something that this community, I don't know how to, we had remembrance of, took part in. There were flags and just things to remind people what everyone in the past had been through. So, yeah, it was. We did the whole month. We did, and then we went on to do all genocides, and it grew. So thank you for starting it. Yeah, and then thank you, to be able to have. In my family, stories that we hand down from generation to generation are a big deal. The things I heard from my grandparents, from my cousins, it's interesting, to know your family background and to understand why we do certain things, why, where does the washing of the rugs come from? And it's just those family traditions, and the fact that it can be written in a book for all the world to see is a nice thing. It's great. And so thank you for sharing these with us. Ms. Boots, thank you. And I love the idea of our librarians helping us broaden our knowledge of, books and things that we could share with each other. So, thank you.
They'll be up front next time, I promise. So thank you. We're going to actually move on to adopting the resolution. So I need a motion and a sec. Do I? Yes, I need a motion and a second. Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Mr. Ferguson. I do want to add that this briefly will be approved. Dr. Agakanian has brought up that there's a few adjustments that need to be made to the language of the amendment, so we'll vote on it as amended. A couple of discrepancies, right? Okay, so all those in favor of approving the resolution as amended in the future, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Will you read the resolution, please, Dr. Agakanian?
Resolution 25, proclaiming April 24, 2024 as the Burbank Unified School District's Day of Commemoration of the Armenian Genocide of 1915-1923. Whereas the Armenian Genocide of 1915-1923 is widely recognized by historians and genocide scholars as the first genocide of the 20th century, and since 1919, April 24th has been designated as the Day of Remembrance of commemoration of inhumane atrocities committed by the Ottoman Turks in carrying out the systematic annihilation of more than 1,500,000 Armenian women, children, and men during World War I. And whereas many countries, including, and I will read the list, Madam Chair, if that is okay with you. And that's the one we need to update.
Okay.
Argentina, Austria, Belgium, Bolivia, Brazil, Bulgaria, Canada, Chile, Cyprus, Czech Republic, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Latvia, Lebanon, Libya, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Mexico, recently, thank you, Netherlands, Paraguay, Poland, Portugal, Russia, Slovakia, Sweden, Switzerland, Syria, Vatican City, Venezuela, and United States. Let me go back to the resolution, I apologize. And so we have the 40 out of, we don't need the states.
Okay.
Yeah. And of course, California, recognizing the atrocities prepared by the Ottoman Empire during the years of 1915-1923 as genocide. And whereas as the state of California has been at the forefront of encouraging and promoting the curriculum relating to human rights and genocide in order to empower future generation to prevent recurrence of genocide. And whereas the Burbank Unified School District has a significant Armenian student population, many of whom have family members who experienced firsthand the horror and the evil of the Armenian Genocide, as well as the evidence of recognition, avoidance of the recognition, or outright denial by many countries of the Armenian Genocide. And whereas the Burbank Unified School District continues to provide teacher training workshops and educational resources about all historic genocide, including the Armenian Genocide, to all its high school social studies teachers and students. Now therefore be it resolved that the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education hereby designates April 24, 2024 as the Burbank Unified School District Day of Commemoration of the Armenian Genocide of 1915 to 1923, and in going so will ensure that the Armenian Genocide is properly taught to its faculty, student body, and the community at large.
Yes, Dr. Khani.
And before we adopt this, I also want to personally thank my colleague, Mr. Ferguson, who is responsible for also making this a state. Well, Audrey, and well, of course, but you and working with him. So Dr. Parama, just for clarification, is April 24th now on holiday in the state of California for schools?
Yeah.
And the colleges?
I believe so,
Yes.
yeah. So, Dr. Akani, will you please communicate with Ms. Cindy Q and let her know about any adjustments that we need to make?
I will do so.
Thank you, sir. We'll move back up to 14A. Approval of the district's 2024-2025 initial bargaining proposal with the fabulous Burbank Teachers Association, BTA. May I have a motion and a
So
second?
moved.
Moved by Ms. Ponser-Kamkar. Seconded by Mr. Ferguson. All board members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. As presented. 14B, acceptance of Burbank Teachers Association initial proposal for bargaining a 2024-2025 amendment to the current agreement with the Burbank Unified School District.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Mr. Ferguson. Is there any conversation that needs to happen?
Yay, bargaining.
Yay, bargaining. Woo! All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
We'll remember this beginning.
Nicole, start a wave. All those opposed, motion carries 5-0. We did 14C. 14D, adoption of Resolution 26 proclaiming May 3rd, 2024 as School Lunch Hero Day.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Agkanian, seconded by Ms. Ponser-Kamkar. All board members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. A motion carries 5-0.
Amazing.
Ms. Ponser-Kamkar, would you mind reading this fabulous School Lunch Hero Day resolution?
I would love to. Resolution 26 proclaiming May 3rd, 2024 as School Lunch Hero Day, whereas the efforts of the food service classified staff members of the Burbank Unified School District are essential to the successful operation of the district's programs, and whereas nutritious school meals are an essential part of the school day, and whereas food and nutrition professionals are committed to providing healthful and nutritious meals to the district's children so they are ready to learn. And whereas the women and men who prepare and serve school meals help nurture our children through their daily interaction and support. And whereas food and nutrition professionals demonstrate on a consistent basis their concern through patience and kindness toward our students. And whereas their efforts and commitment to children and their contributions are extremely important to the overall operation of our schools, and now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Education extends its sincere appreciation to the food and nutrition professional employees of the Burbank Unified School District and encourages the community to recognize and honor their contribution to a quality education and celebrate their accomplishments, and hereby proclaim May 3rd, 2024 as School Lunch Hero Day.
Beautifully read, thank you. And last, I think it was this summer, I had an opportunity to literally spend one day helping our phenomenal food service team prepare and serve food, and they are literal superheroes. So thank you to them endlessly. And just keepers of all the information, who has allergies, who doesn't. I mean, it's just phenomenal. So we are going to move on to, oh my God, where am I? Hey, 14E, adoption of Resolution 27 proclaiming the week of May 6th through May 10th, 2024 as Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week. Moved by Ms. Ponzer-Kamkar, seconded by Ms. Tabbitt. All board members in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Would somebody read this fabulous resolution?
I'm happy to.
Thank you so much.
Resolution 27, proclaiming May 6th through the 10th, 2024, as Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week. Whereas education is the most vital activity we as a society undertake to ensure the well-being of the nation, and whereas substitute teachers are an essential part to the education of our children, and whereas substitute teachers provide continuity in the learning process as well as a safe and healthy learning environment for students, and whereas substitute teachers work tirelessly to serve our children and community with care and professionalism, and whereas substitute teachers are a source of caring, concern, counseling, empathy, warmth, and inspiration, and whereas the role of substitute teachers may be different from that of the regular teacher in some aspects, but it is equally demanding, equally essential, and equally professional, and whereas the Board of Education and leadership of the Burbank Unified School District recognize the truly vital role of substitute teachers in realizing the mission for public education. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education extends its sincere appreciation to the substitute teachers of the Burbank Unified School District and encourages the community to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of the district's substitute teaching staff, and hereby proclaims May 6th through the 10th as Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week.
Well read. Thank you, Madam. Moving on to 14F, adoption of Resolution 28 proclaiming May 7th, 2024 as Day of the Teacher and May 6th through May 10th as Burbank Unified School District Teacher Appreciation Week. Can I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Tabbitt and a second.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Agakanian. All board members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No opposition. Motion carries 5-0. Looks like Ms. Tabbitt might want to read this one.
Sure.
Excellent. Thank you.
Do you want paper?
Microphone. Resolution 28 proclaiming May 7th, 2023 as Day of the Teacher and May 6th, 2024 through May 10th, 2024 as Burbank Unified School District Teacher Appreciation Week. Whereas education is the most vital activity we as a society undertake to ensure the well-being of the nation, and whereas an educated citizenry serves as the foundation of our democracy, and whereas education is, in large measure, the result of the talent and commitment of teachers, and whereas today's teachers mold the minds and train the workforce of the future, and whereas good teaching grows in value and pays dividends far beyond the classroom, and whereas teachers are a source of caring, concern, counseling, empathy, warmth, and inspiration, and whereas California's teachers are among the best educated, that's for sure,
True.
highly qualified and hardest working educators in the country, and whereas teachers in the Burbank Unified School District exemplify these qualities, absolutely, and whereas the Board of Education and leadership of the Burbank Unified School District recognize the truly vital role of teachers in realizing the mission for public education. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Board of Education extends its sincere appreciation to the teachers of the Burbank Unified School District and encourages the community to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of the district's teaching staff, and hereby proclaims May 7th as Day of the Teacher and May 6, 2024 through 10, 2024 as Burbank Unified School District Teacher Appreciation Week.
Thank you so much. Moving on to our last resolution, 14G, adoption of Resolution 29 proclaiming May 8th, 2024 as School Nurse Day. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Ferguson,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Agakanian. All board members in favor, say aye. Aye. Seeing none opposed, motion carries 5-0. Mr. Ferguson, would you please read?
I will, with the assist of Dr. Thank you. My browser will not open up the district website.
I have that problem.
Yes,
It took
all
me
the
a long
time. Chrome does not open the district website. Anyway, drives me crazy. Okay. Let's see. Resolution 29 proclaiming May 8th as School Nurse Day, whereas National Nurses Week is May 6th through May 12th. Lots of national weeks, and draws attention to and celebrates the contributions that nurses and nursing make to the community, with the full week of recognition culminating on Florence Nightingale's birthday, May 12th. And whereas there are approximately 60,000 registered nurses in the United States, public school systems who care for more than 52 million students, And whereas school nursing is a specialized practice of professional nursing that advances the well-being, academic success, and lifelong achievement of students, facilitates positive student responses to normal development, promotes health and safety, intervenes with actual and potential health problems, provides case management services, and builds student and family capacity for adaptation, self-management, self-advocacy, and learning through collaboration with professionals in other disciplines. And whereas school nurses assist students in achieving optimal wellness to enhance readiness to learn, improve school attendance rates, ensure that students entering school are free of communicable diseases, and provide interventions that promote the well-being of students. And whereas giving generously of their time and talent for a multitude of projects, school nurses assist in the maintenance of healthy and safe school environments in the district. And whereas the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District expresses strong support and deep gratitude to the past and present school nurses for their commitment and dedication to the students and staff of the Burbank Unified School District. Now, therefore, be it resolved that May 8th be recognized as School Nurse Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you.
Move on to 14H, adoption of Resolution 30 for exemption to the separation from service requirement pursuant to Section 24214.5 or 26812 of the Education Code for CalSTRS members.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Mr. Ferguson. Any discussion needed? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Seeing no opposition, motion carries 5-0. Hold on a minute.
14I.
Yes. Okay. 14I, ratification to amend Board Bylaw 9320 to change the start time and frequency of regular Board of Education meetings. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Tabbitt, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. Any conversation? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Madam Chair, since this is an amendment, we have to do a roll call on the bylaws.
We do?
Yes, Robert Rules of Conduct.
No, Robert, we don't apply. Robert's Rules of Order do not apply to us.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that is in the bylaws.
Fancy. All those in favor, please say aye.
See,
Aye.
it's all fun
Very
and games till somebody says
international.
point of order.
Seeing no opposition, motion carries 5-0. And thank you to Dr. Promo and staff for making sure that we surveyed our community to make sure that this was a decision supported by at least the majority. 14J, approval of 2024-2025 regular Board of Education meeting dates. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Ponser-Kamkar. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Seeing no opposition, motion carries 5-0. I apologize, I didn't see one person. Did I?
14K.
No, I did it. Okay, sorry, it's so late. Amended agreement for professional services as presented. Oh,
So moved.
okay, let me just finish saying the words.
Second.
Move, not you, him. Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by the fabulous Ms. Tabbitt. Any conversation needed? Okay, goddess.
All the goddesses.
All the godai.
The godai.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. You are. Seeing no opposition, motion carries 5-0. Moving to item 14L, amendment of the proposed 2024-2025 instructional calendars.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Speedy Magoo, Dr. Agakanian, and seconded by Ms. Tabbitt. Any conversation? Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
I continue to register my discontent that we start so early in August, especially given that we got data from LACO that is not when they recommend starting. That said, I know that there's a process, but I continue to air my grievances.
The airing of grievances is important.
As is my right.
Better abstain or no?
We haven't voted yet. It's up to her what she wants to do.
That's right.
I hear you, and I respect and appreciate you. Any other conversation?
Can we get a refresher on that? Can we, a report coming back to us sometime in the near future on the calendar committee, how that works?
Oh.
Yes, we can.
Sure.
Is that cool?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So is August the only concern you have? Or it's starting in August?
It's the starting in August. Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Okay. I look forward to that report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Okay. Motion carries 4-1. Moving on to 14M, approval of school psychologist stipends. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Clerk Ponser Kamkar. Any conversation? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Seeing no opposition, motion carries 5-0. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can we look at all the stipends that are offered across the district? Who gets stipends, who doesn't, and kind of see that side by side? Just so that we know, because and also the outstanding number where we contract out currently with employees. Just a snapshot of what's going on that front.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. 14N, correct?
Yes.
This is an exciting one.
Yes.
Approval of reorganization plan to reinstate the position for executive assistant / public information officer.
So moved. No, that was.
Everybody moves and everybody seconds
Please
this.
give it to Dr.
Dr. Agakani moves it. I don't know
Been
who's.
wanting this for how many years now?
Miss Tabit seconded. Any conversation other than our joy? Immense and complete joy.
Gummy bear.
Okay.
That with this feeling.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
None opposed, an emphatic 5-0. Moving on to 14O. Designation of Sarah Rodchenkos, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources Services as District's lead representative for California School Employee Association, CSEA. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Ferguson, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. Any discussion? Very excited to have you in this role. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Seeing no opposition, motion carries 5-0. Goodbye.
And with that,
14P, announcement of the expiration of terms of office on the School Facilities Oversight Committee and reappointment of members. Motion and second.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Clerk Ponser Kamkar. Any discussion?
I just have a quick
Yes.
question.
And then
So,
Mr. Ferguson.
are we going to need to put it? Okay, so one is just haven't we spent all of the money from the bond, and so is the oversight committee still necessary? And the second part is, would we need to put together a separate committee were we to approve a new bond, or could we use this same committee and roll it over, similar to rolling over the tax rate? Thank you.
Mr. Cantwell?
We have not yet fully expended the bond dollars. We will be expending them this calendar year. And so some of that, because it's summer projects, will carry over into next fiscal year, the 24-25 fiscal year. The Citizen Oversight Committee is responsible for providing a report to this board for the prior year's expenditures. And so that means the report that they'll be completing, that they're working on right now and will be presenting in the next month or two, will be for expenditures actually from last year, 22-23. So a whole year from now is when they'll be working on the current fiscal year, and they actually would have to exist for one additional year because of those 1 month or two of expenditures that we'll have on the tail end of the summer.
And I'm really addicted to committees.
So
this is statutorily required
Right.
because of the way in which the bond was passed. Prop 39 facility bond requires that a citizen oversight committee, a school facility oversight committee exist, provides the review of our financials and of the audit. If we have a new bond taken to the ballot in November and it's approved, this group can continue to exist and work with as the oversight body for that one.
I think, thank you. I think that these are opportunities to refresh and to get more people involved in this. We have a whole generation of folks who have been amazing volunteers in this capacity, but we need we need new blood and new folks as well. Once these terms are done, I'm fine with these these folks have served, and they've served well. But I really do think we need to, I don't see advertising for this like boards and commissions. It should be. It's an oversight responsibility. If people want to participate actively in that, we should be advertising that. And I don't want it to be confused or conflated that we're not advertising it for a reason. We're not. These are people who put in a lot of work and who have a lot of background knowledge and expertise that we rely on to get this accurately done. So I want to put that out there, but I think it's an important part of just oversight.
Ms. Tabbitt.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Cantwell, so my understanding then, 3 folks are terming out, and you're replacing them with the 3 alternate members? So then are we going to advertise for alternate members?
So we have not asked the board to provide that guidance at this time. With the funds expected to be expended in the next 3 months or so, we're holding off on the addition of alternates until we know whether or not this committee is going to continue to exist beyond the completion of the existing bond funds.
Okay. But it needs to be 7 members, so did I misread
We
that?
will have 8 active members if the appointments are made tonight.
Okay.
So we will meet all statutory requirements.
And the statutory requirements establish a floor and an affiliation. They don't require, it doesn't establish a ceiling, or does it? I think it's like no more than 12? Is it between 7 and 12, something like that? No?
I don't recall.
Okay.
It's
a good law school.
the floor is 7, of which 5 positions are actually designated, and they have some interesting categories in which they're designated. I don't know if there's a ceiling.
Okay. It would just be good to get potential, some other representation on that from those categories.
Okay, excellent. Did we have not voted?
No.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposition? Nope. Motion carries 5-0. 14Q, approval of memorandum of understanding between the Burbank Unified School District and TNTP Inc.
So moved.
Moved by Dr.
Second.
Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Ponser-Kamkar. Any conversation? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Seeing no opposition, motion carries 5-0. 14R, approval, are you excited? Oh, okay, all right. I don't like it when I don't know the joke. Approval of fee increase for Around the Bell. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Good. Moved by Clerk Ponser-Kamkar, seconded by Dr. Agakanian.
I have a question.
Well, we want to let Dr. Knappich present first?
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Sorry. I can't.
If it's okay, I'd like to create a context before Dr. Knappich presents tonight. I know that for staff and also for the board, this is a presentation that is a necessity, but it's also very difficult. Member Ferguson has spoken early and often about the need for us to look and take a deeper dive into childcare, and that has been echoed by all our board members. The fact of the matter is that we're spending well over $1 million to offset the cost of childcare for our folks. And given the fiscal deficit that we are facing and the bleak picture moving forward, in order for us to continue to have this program, it needs to be self-sustaining. And in order for us to do that, we are proposing tonight a fee increase, which Dr. Knappich will go through with the board. What I want to say to our parents and to our community is that I am 100% compassionate to the burden that this will place on you, and it's not something that we would want to do. And we have a commitment from the board to take a deeper dive and to really look into this and to figure out how we can do this better. But at this moment in time, in order for us to sustain ourselves fiscally, this is something I feel we need to do.
Good evening again. May I have the slide presentation, please? So I'm going to give you an overview of the Child Development Program and give you just a quick analysis of what's going on. So we have the Washington State Preschool Program. We have 24 students in the program. It's a state-funded program, and you'll see here on the slide we have a revenue income of $525,000, and we have expenses of $485,000. So we project a net of $42,316. And so we're going to continue to go ahead and have the full enrollment in Washington State Preschool with 24 students, and we're going to continue to watch the budget and be very careful about that. So we're in a good place with that particular program. On the next slide gives a quick summary of the state school-age preschool program that's at Hart in Washington. And once again, it's a state-funded program. We received $633,000 towards the program. We have family fees there towards the program, like a registration fee. We have expenses of $570,000 and change, with a net of $72,846. So once again, we've got to continue that enrollment stream, keeping it fully enrolled, and then watch the budget. So there we are doing okay. With the Around the Bell program, we offer Around the Bell from 7 in the morning to about 9:30 in the morning, and then we pick it back up at the end of the school day and then go through till 6 o'clock in the afternoon. And you'll see here on the current fees, $150 a week, $116 per week for the TKK, and then for grades 1 through 5. It's a fee-based program. We have $2.6 million in revenue. We have $3.7 million in expenditures. And so as Dr. Paramo has shared, we're running about $1.1 million as a loss to the program.
Dr. Knappich, can I interrupt for a quick second?
Absolutely.
Can we just provide a very quick overview? I think the main, one of the biggest things that attracts people to use Around the Bell or ATB is that we have credentialed teachers.
Absolutely.
And is that, my reason in bringing that up, is that the bulk of the operating expenses?
Exactly. So
Okay.
in all of our classrooms, we have our teachers that provide that service, and then we have an instructional assistant as well in that program. So that is a major expenditure. And it's a wonderful program, too. They do a
Absolutely.
great job. There's no doubt about it.
I don't highlight that because I'm like, oh, we shouldn't be doing it. I highlight it because I think it is like sort of the crowning achievement of why people invest in ATB. So it's just important for people to know, like, if someone were to say, well, why does it cost that much money? Because we're investing in credentialed educators.
Exactly.
That's our current model, right? That model can shift potentially, right? So that's the cost of the current model. That's that is important. So that's all. Yeah.
On the next slide, we give a quick snapshot of the enrollment at each of these schools where we have the Around the Bell program. We do have it at all 11 elementary schools. Once again, it's a program that's offered in the morning for before school begins, and then after the bell when school ends for the day, and you'll see approximately there how many students are enrolled in each of those schools. And the reason why we divide it up into TKK and grades 1 through 5 is because the weekly fees are different for grades TKK and grades 1 through 5. As Dr. Parama alluded to, we have a fee increase that we would like to go ahead and propose to the board, and we're proposing a 15% with a little bit, 50% and change increase to about $173 for TKK, and then for grades 1 through 5, $134 per week. And once again, that's about a 15% and change increase. That would include the 3.69% credit card processing fee. And so the Child Development Office does not accept cash. We're doing everything on a credit card basis.
Dr. Knappich.
Yes.
Huh?
Oh, commenting to myself, but that's
Oh.
a high processing
3%?
4.
4.
Yeah, that's a little high. It's usually 2.8 to 3.
Yeah, it's usually 2.
We can try to go ahead and negotiate to see if we can get a better deal on it and those kind of things, but through the ALEO product, that's what they charge.
I'm just being a jerk.
No, you're
Dr. Knappich, so I know when our son was in Orlando, there was a long waiting list. Is there still a waiting list?
There is a waiting list. So one of the ways to deal with the waiting list is to go ahead and increase class size to 30 students.
Yes.
So that will greatly reduce the wait list.
And do we have, in comparison, I mean, I know we don't have it, but I'd have to also show what's out there. If you go in privately, what they're gonna charge you?
There's some
So-
examples later in the presentation that you read.
Yes. I know, but when-
So we do want to increase the class size to 30. We do have it now set at about 25, and so increasing to 30, we'll go ahead and increase that caseload, and that'll generate a lot of income too. I know a year ago when we did this presentation, we had talked about closing classrooms when we have less than 20 students. We did not do that this year. That definitely could be an option, but it's not something that, you know, it would be a struggle.
Yeah,
Unless I can shift kids into Boys and Girls Club or
Right.
ASD or other programs like that.
Well, and anecdotally, right? And I'll take Miller as an example because I know Miller has a wait list, but it also is a very small program. And I think part of what's happening there is that because it's a smaller program, and so you have K through 5 combined in one classroom, that actually makes people kind of pull out of the program, right? I know that was something that another childcare after-school program warned us against was, you know, what if your little baby kindergartner is in there with fifth graders? Now, that was not our experience as an ATB family, but that was also something that was positive for us, was that we had kinder and, last year at least, kinder and first in
And
one
one
grade.
of the pluses too is grades 4 and 5 students can easily help with those TKK kids, easily.
Put them to work.
Yes. I think kindergarten parents are a different breed.
Hesitant.
Yeah, exactly.
totally.
This is, you know, and especially if we have families that this is going to be their first kind of like
Experience.
formal kind of childcare, formal schooling and formal childcare experience, they're not going to be comfortable with a 11-year-old with their 5-year-old or 4-year-old.
But I'm not saying that I'm just saying that they can be there to help, like with a homework assignment.
yes, no.
Or with some kind of activity or something like that.
Yeah. So if we were able to, so are you saying in terms of moving the classroom sizes to 30, would it be 30 at each of the grade levels, or 30 total? Like,
So let's just pretend
yeah,
there's
exactly. Help me.
2 classes at Disney. Surely. And so at Disney right now, we have 40 students in 2 classrooms. So it's like 20 and 20, or it's really not that equal. But we could add students into those classrooms to go ahead and add more students as we have a wait list there.
Are we, and this is a program for which we're currently using ELAP funds for our unduplicated students, right? I think, or maybe it was an ELAP, but we were paying for our unduplicated students or
We're
students who were
using
on free
ELAP
reduced.
funds to go ahead and help to support the program overall.
Got it.
Fall through.
But those students are not paying.
They currently are paying.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So it's just supplementing the
They're
program
supplementing,
overall.
we're supplementing the program because there's about 50 students who are unduplicated students in that program. So it's about 10, 11%, 13%, somewhere in there. So we're using about that much of, to offset the deficit. So if the deficit's $1 million, we're using about $100,000 to offset, or the expenditures, I should say, the expenditures are $3.7 million, so about 10% of that, $370,000 actually. Yeah.
Just, you may have said this,
That's
again,
okay.
apologies. It's our marathon 2-day meeting,
Yeah,
extravaganza.
Extravaganza.
But, wow.
That's how, wow, the chambers are fighting back.
I know, I was gonna say, that's like clown nose.
Extravaganza.
It was so, yeah.
There
so
will be a
glorious.
Public Information Act request about the cost of replacing the microphone cover.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of increasing class size to 30. I think that makes a heck of a lot of sense. My question is, for the schools that, look at Miller, for example, or Prov, that are nowhere near 30, my question are there robust enough waiting lists to bump that to 30? And if not, is there any conversation about sort of conflating schools that are in close proximity so we get to that number? I mean, we obviously don't want parents to have to drive far away from a homeschool, but I mean, I don't know if having 5 in TK at Miller can get to 30.
So if I look at Providencia as the other reference point,
Sure.
they have the ACES program.
Right.
So they have a program that is like a state subsidized program.
Right. Yes.
Where families attend.
So would the answer then be we wouldn't do it at Prov?
And we would go ahead and try to go ahead and get as many as we could, and then we can go ahead and take ACES kids who are waiting to get into the ACES program and place them into ATB2 and offset that with ELAP money.
Okay.
So we can get to the number.
Yep.
Great. I mean,
We can do the same thing at Miller.
Great.
We can take ELAP money and choose unduplicated students because they qualify for ELAP funds, and then backfill that into Miller.
It would be really helpful to get, once we have a clearer sense of it, a breakdown of how are we going to have, which schools are not going to get to 30, where else are we going to have to go, that kind of, just a good sense for us from school site to school site.
Exactly.
Thank you, Dr.
That's our goal.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Ms. Tabbitt.
Yeah, you should say about what I'm going to say or suggest or look into. Now I'm terrified. Around the Bell has been a long-standing program. My children went through it. And by the way, the kindergartners survived, okay? All 3 of them. They seem to be okay now, I think. There was that one year. I'm just kidding. No, they're doing well, and it's a great program. A couple of neighboring districts I learned at 5 Star, which is our monthly meeting. One of them already is, I think, La Cañada uses an outside company for their after-school care. And South Pass was asking if anyone else did, because they're looking into it too. Obviously, as we discovered with Horace Mann, the cost of a credentialed teacher, while it's extraordinary for us to be able to provide that, it's also very costly. So they're looking at alternative means so that we could still provide childcare, which is the number one, overarching goal. So just something to look into if we
Absolutely.
could. Doesn't mean we have to change, but it's just another way of
So it's
reducing-
similar to how we work with the Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah, they use
And there's
use
other
of
organizations
facilities.
too. Exactly.
Right,
Yeah.
and they pay us a fee for use of facilities, and then they take over the childcare. Yeah, see who's doing well with that.
It's actually what we've been discussing in cabinet. I've had a couple conversations, and Peter has referenced a few agencies that he's used in the past. So we're having those discussions.
And truthfully, I'm sorry. These, I can only think of, and help me out here, one other time that we've raised fees for childcare. Is it regularly?
Twice in the past since I've been here, since 2015.
Okay.
The other thing we did was an employee agreement as well, to give priority to, so there was a few items on that. This
And
is where-
that's something, I'm so sorry,
Go
but
ahead.
that's something that could be worked out if it turned to be,
Yeah, I think prioritizing employees and making sure that they have a place for drop-off, all of it, for childcare, it helps and it keeps us retaining. This is where I think, just as a sidecar, if we can get that, if this is the moment for that working group to kind of be formed, that's going to look at things like this. You're talking about a new structure, a new model. Sounds like Cabinet's already talking about it. So I will take a long bird walk, but then come back with a report or work with another board member to just kind of give an overview of all of our childcare stuff that's going on.
Is that something that we could do in a report and then we can sort of talk about?
Great, yeah.
So
That's fine.
yeah, maybe more comprehensive.
Comprehensive
Can you
overview.
tell me a little bit more about what would you be wanting in that we don't kind of see in the breakdown here? I know this is very focused on ATB.
Mhm.
So would it be, I mean,
I think it would map these assets against community assets and what populations are covered and which populations are not. Or which populations face scarcity and which ones don't.
does that feel, yeah, I think that would be really helpful.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
So the reason that TK and care more is that they have essentially more hours that they're with staff, right? Because
is
they have
correct.
a shortened day.
Yes.
Do you remind me? I think that there was like a issue around the extension of the kindergarten day for next year, and we're guaranteeing hours for ATB teacher. Like, how much of this is the change in schedule, and the necessity to make sure that we're guaranteeing hours to folks?
So moving into next year, the kindergarten schedule would be from 8:30 to 1:30, unless you're doing divided opening, which could be 8:30 to 1:30 at a school or 9:30 to 2:30. So there's I think there's 4 schools doing divided opening next year. So we're working towards a universal 8:30 to 1:30.
Yep.
Yeah. So teacher contract allows for that
Yeah.
divided opening, and we respect that.
Yeah, and I guess the conversation that I don't even know. Maybe you and I were talking about before
Yes.
the board meeting, which was the morning. I make up that the morning is harder to staff because it's it's like 7 to 8:30 or 7 to 9:30 in
Correct.
some cases. But the people who really need that morning care are our staff members.
Right.
Right. And that's not something that Boys and Girls Club or after school days.
Boys and Girls Club are beginning to offer it more. So I know that a
that's
couple
great.
locations they've started. I know that they're looking at it for McKinley for next school year. So slowly but surely, they're going to be going in that direction
Right.
too. But it is, like you're saying, difficult to go ahead and staff someone from 7 to 8:30 or 7 to 9:30. So, but they're very open to doing it.
Okay,
It's just a
that's
matter
really
of
great.
having a number of students there, so it's like somewhat cost effective.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you were asking about, so what do we do about the staff that currently start at 12 o'clock, but then come August, they would start, let's say, at 1:15. What are we going to do with that hour and 15 minutes?
Right.
So we're going
Oh,
to be
that's right, I
working
remember.
with the Child Development Office, and I know Dr. Rodchenko and I have had conversations with Ms. Fields and Child Development to go ahead and work through that. So we do have responsibilities for them to do that are child care related.
Well, and I think we were talking about them working as aides in some of the classrooms. Is that not happening?
We have an MOU with a BTA
Okay,
to
got
go ahead
it.
and do that. We have to stay within the contract and stay within their
That's
job
fair.
responsibilities. So we'd like for them to go ahead and do more, to go ahead and do like yard supervision, to have care during the lunch period, bless you. However, is that within their job description? So that's going to be a challenge, or that is a challenge.
Well, and I know like we have an aide that serves as an aide at a different elementary school when she's not on duty at ATB. Like she's got a dual role.
Yes.
And so like I want to make sure that we're supportive of that as well. Cool. This is tremendously helpful.
Yeah. Thank you. If I could have the slides back. I've got 2 more slides. I wanted to go ahead and just give the board just a quick update what's going on at Horseman YMCA. So they have 56 students enrolled in their program in 5 classrooms. They're going to continue with that program, and you can see the breakdown of the rates there too. And they do monthly rates there. So, the $2,000 a month for an infant, as an example, through preschool, which is $1,500 a month for ages 3 through 5. So they are going to continue with that program. And they hope to continue with the 50, 60 students in that program too. And they're beginning to advertise more. And then as we're aware that YMCA Child After School program is going to be cut back. And so we are working with the YMCA to go ahead and move these students with families' permissions into programs such as the Boys and Girls Club and after-school days and Around the Bell. And so I'm meeting with them on Tuesday, April 9th next week to go over this a little bit more closely.
And I know that that was also a program that was able to do morning care and do transport. So I just really want to make sure that for folks that work jobs that start before, because an 8:30 start for elementary is fine. 9:30 makes it very tricky for anybody working a full-time job.
Yeah.
And so I think just having, I worry about losing the YMCA as a backstop for that.
Me too.
Kind of before and after school care, especially. Knowing that I think that was another place that our staff was using. Like, I know a number of folks on the instructional side that were like, well, they start at 7 and I can drop my child off there and know that they'll get to school okay. So
Yeah, it basically reduces it down to 2 childcare providers outside of the district in the city.
I think it could also be helpful moving forward, once we've had a chance to sort of survey the land, is to also survey our community, our stakeholders, so not staff and families, to find out what it is exactly they're looking for. What do they need? Because if the feedback we're getting is we just need somebody to hang with our kids, that sends us one way. So I think having a little bit more, I don't know the last time we kind of asked our community what they're looking for.
It's been a while.
In childcare, I think it would be worth it. We're in such a different place than we were just a couple of years ago. So once we have a sense of what we have, having a sense of what's needed, I think will provide some useful direction. So just food for thought for future. Don't need that to happen right now.
And making sure supply is available for, I think people at different supply levels are going to, so it's going to be an interesting way of asking that, but I agree.
Yeah, we'll have to be careful. I mean, whoever we have create the survey of how we ask the questions and
That's
what
right.
we asked.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
But I think it's important for us to not make decisions without asking.
It's good to know the need.
Absolutely.
And that way we can plan based on the need
Yeah,
too.
I don't want to assume. I just have my cats in cat daycare, you know?
Yeah.
I just have my one thread of knobs.
Yeah.
Now, and are you, Dr.
Yes.
done with
Yep.
so just
done.
for the, well, I didn't mean it that way.
You're done?
He's on the last slide. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a long day after, Oh, last question. Now, for the record, there is a shortage of babysitters or after-school programs.
Childcare workers.
Childcare workers.
There definitely
yes.
is.
I mean, it's something that's.
It's an area of concern,
Skilled childcare.
not just within our district, because we've had problems filling positions, but it's also like with Boys and Girls Club too, they're having difficulty.
And
it's
didn't
not
the
just a
state
Burbank
just
thing.
get some, last year, was it, that they located some money toward these programs? Or wasn't the Speaker Random, right? Wasn't he the one? I'm just curious. I know there was a conversation about all of this.
There was a discussion about early childhood education.
Childhood
and-
education, but also bringing funding for these kind of programs.
Additional funding.
So it's an overall thing. It's not only Burbank.
It's statewide, it's nationwide.
Thank you.
Yes.
You don't have to be done, Dr. Kanapik. Any other questions from, this is very, very helpful.
Thank you.
Did we already send out, I think we did, right, a letter to our
Yes, we did.
our ATB families? And I know that we received one email. Has there been any other?
I have not received any.
Okay, so if we get some sort of influx, would you let us know? Because I have seen just the one, and not trying to discount the parent that emailed, but it's helpful to see that there hasn't been an enormous blowback. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. We do. So we did a motion in a second. So all board members in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, wait, we have to make an adjustment.
So in the PowerPoint slides, we accurately articulated the fact that that processing fee is embedded in the cost. But in the actual agenda item on the bottom, it's not appropriately stated,
Okay.
so it has to be amended.
Okay, so do I need to re-ask for a motion in a second?
Yes.
Amendments.
Okay, so
As amended.
I need a motion
Moved
and
as amended.
Thank you, Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Agakanian. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We are going to move on to 14S, acceptance of gifts. May I have a motion and a second?
Goddess President Weisberg.
Goddess
She said
Miss
Goddess President, the Vice
School Board.
Doctor.
It's Goddess Dr. President.
Oh, sorry.
Thank God.
Excuse me.
Honorable
Honorary.
Dr. President.
Yeah.
Yep. Goddess Honorable.
Add C captain. Add C captain.
She owns that title and some
President
interest rate.
Vice-
We're so
Dr.
close.
Weisberg.
Yes.
I move
I
that
have-
the Board of
I only-
Education,
it's one thing.
the goddess is speaking,
I'm sorry.
move that the Board of Education take formal action accepting the following gifts to the district, and that Goddess Board President Dr. Weisberg, there it is, convey appreciation to the donors.
Second, Goddess President.
This is the worst meeting of all time. Thank you, fellow Godai, which I think is plural. We have one, so a big thank you to Brett Hart's fundraising committee who wishes to donate to the district $25,250 to be used towards expenses for gardening, arts, and photography classes at Brett Hart Elementary. Thank you. That's substantial. But we also thank everyone, no matter how big or small their contribution is. Moving on to, this is the spot where we're supposed to have our board reporting out on goings on in the land. So we'll start, I mean, I guess anybody can go, so I'll just, I will quickly thank our city council partners, staff, for setting up a very, I mean, it was a room of tables. So also to Burbank Police Department, Chief Albanese, everybody who came, Elizabeth Goldman from the Library Services, who came and spent many hours with us last night. I think it speaks to our continued and growing partnership with the city. Special thank you to Mr. Cantwell and Dr. Paramo. That was a very lengthy meeting, and we didn't even finish the agenda. But I think we are heading in the right direction, and I think they were very useful conversations. Dr. Agakanian.
No, I just keep saying yes.
Oh, he just keeps saying yes. Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, did you have anything?
Yes, following, are you?
I'm done.
You're wrapped, okay. First, joining Dr. Weisberg, wanted to just celebrate the outcomes of last night's meeting as well. Obviously, the LGBT-specific resolution was a big deal. It's a big deal for folks. I've gotten a few phone calls about it, and I'm excited to be able to go to this weekend. We are going to be officially forming the LA County LGBT Elected Officials Association. 41 LGBT folks from throughout the county who are elected, working to represent these issues and to bring them more into the forefront. So it's a huge win for Burbank to be on the map with this resolution and in a unanimous way. So just to my colleagues, thank you for always, certainly fighting this fight and for voting to support that. I think it was a big deal. I think we heard rather consistently calls and kind of an increase in volume around the SRO conversation. And so I wanted to see if we could get to a place where we're getting this conversation done, where we're not dragging our feet on it. We need to see a model that is going to work, that kind of meets some of the concerns that I think our student populations have identified, our staff have identified, and at the same time, meet what is clearly an interest, that is in this community, or at least one within the police department. So just either having a working group or something that identifies what's this path.
So I think that probably the next step would be in the subcommittee with mayor, vice mayor, and I don't remember whoever else. We should have a conversation about that. I would actually like to suggest that doesn't come back to our next joint meeting, because while I do appreciate feedback from the city, eventually the decision is one that we make as education professionals, and I don't want to be in a position where we're being pressured. I think asking questions like how many is the right number is, and this is not meant to denigrate anybody, but I think that is a dangerous equation when we're talking about our students. So I would appreciate if the rest of my colleagues are in agreement that this is something that gets brought to the subcommittee, and then perhaps back to a board conversation, but I do not think that this is something that needs to go back to a joint meeting. I appreciated everybody's feedback last night. I think we got quite a bit of it. And certainly, I think setting up our regular meetings with our SRO, Officer Roberts, to have consistent communication about what's going on, what we can improve upon, et cetera, et cetera. But to echo Mr. Ferguson, I do think that we should, in our subcommittee, whenever we set that up, have a conversation and then come back to the board as a whole to talk about direction moving forward.
I'm comfortable with that. I just see there's a concerted effort to lobby at this point
Yes.
and to push us into a place on this. And it's not. I don't want to necessarily receive it as pressure all the time, but okay, let's get it done then. Let's have the conversation and get it put it behind us. So I agree with
Ms.
this part.
Tabbitt and then Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
I didn't necessarily feel that last night.
I did.
However,
Yeah, I did.
okay. However, it was good to hear from, can't think of her name right now, about all of the duties that
Our sergeant.
she partakes in.
Yeah.
I mean, I was quite surprised. Secondly, the city pays for our SRO at this point. So at some point, they should be part of the joint meeting so that we could say, gosh, we've really discussed this, and yes, 3 would be a great number, or no. Because they're going to have to put it in their budget.
I think once
if
the
they
decision
can.
has been made,
So-
absolutely.
Yeah, but eventually, that's
Oh,
what I
of
said.
course. I just, for me, the concern is that there was a sense last night that the city was going to drive the decision. And I'm going to be selfish here and say that I would like the people who are education professionals who are taking care of our kids on campuses, that we are the ones driving the decision. And I think it's really important, what we talked about last night, is that this is a more individualized discussion, campus to campus, about what our, so I understand the intention. I think that was positive, but for me, it felt last night like the city was driving the conversation. And I want to make sure that those of us who are primarily focused on student welfare are the ones driving it. So I'm happy to bring back at any point, and I'm not trying to be, I'm very thankful for the allocation of funds. I just want to make sure that we as board members, along with district staff, are the ones who are putting in the time to figure out what's best for our kids.
Agreed. There had to be another step after.
Oh,
that.
sure.
We just don't get to decide.
No, I just don't want
we
the.
get to decide.
Yes. Absolutely.
But
Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
I do want to be careful in that it's like not agendized. So I am just going to say, like, whether it is through the subcommittee or through some staff work, like, I would love to see just a recommendation come back to us so that we're able to say yes or no or make it better, rather than a general discussion about the value of SROs. Because I think in talking with Dr. Paramo and his feedback from principals is that they've got an idea of what they would want to do with these resources were they made available. And so then we have a more concrete ask to make of the city.
Yeah.
But I thought the conversation last night was mostly fairly respectful. Mostly, but I really appreciated the officers and
Absolutely.
the professionals coming and talking about the work that they're doing with our schools, and they are doing some really amazing work. And
Absolutely.
so, but I think the point that we're all making at this point is, like, we need to make the decision of who goes into our schools.
Absolutely.
I haven't made a point yet.
We know.
Can we bring this back as an agenda
She
item?
just said
I
that.
know, that's my point.
Cool.
Concur.
Literally they create the job descriptions now. So if there's problems with the job as is, they can reorganize. So we're not responsible for that right now.
To be continued, friends.
Amen.
Can I make a quick
Please.
comment? The conversation for the last 2 days to me has been positive, and to hear their opinion, I think, is a good thing, and it's a good part of our process. It's been frustrating not to be able to jump into the conversation because city and board have been talking about it. what I would say is that I am in alignment with what you have just spoken about. And that is, I love the feedback. I wanted to hear what you have to say. Your opinion is great, but at the end of the day, I think it's this body that should determine what is best for our school and our kids. That's our decision, and however they can support that would be really important. And we would be very grateful.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody. Consent agenda. Huzzah!
Madam Chair.
Hold on. Okay, I move to make myself permanent ruler of the district. I already have a second and a motion. Great.
15A, true.
May I have a motion and a second to approve items 15A through 15Y as presented? Moved by Ms. Ponser-Kamkar, seconded by Ms. Tabbitt. Any discussion? Sweet. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Seeing no opposition, motion carries 5-0.
I was going to say 15A, by the way.
We have one retirement. Wait, huh? Yes. Guys, yeah, 17 more people have retired since the beginning of this meeting.
Don't start that rumor.
We're almost going to a 48-hour.
Too soon.
Richards, I think it's Sarkees? Sarquez? Wow, wow, cool. That's okay. He is a high school teacher. He began his service in 1986. Unbelievable. Thank you, sir, for your service to the district. We are greatly appreciative. That's a lot. So I will move to adjourn until our next meeting, which is sometime in the future.